Yes.
It was actually 8.5 minutes.
I don't know for sure, but it was around a 10-minute walk.
Okay. Fair to say it could have been less than 10 minutes.
Yes.
And you testified yesterday as you were walking towards the tent after the trestle bridge, down that path. You were near Allie. You were trying to keep up with her.
Yes.
And that some of the other officers were trailing behind you.
That's correct.
And at one point you saw what you thought was a placenta on the trail.
Yes.
And I'm not at all trying to get too personal with you, but you've never seen a placenta before.
At that time, I would have maybe once because I'd had a son somewhat recently.
Okay, so you weren't really sure, and
I wasn't able to identify what it was. I wanted to confirm.
Okay, and you announced it out loud.
Yes.
That you thought you found the placenta.
To the other officers that were trailing behind.
Yep, and you said it loudly so the medical personnel could hear you and they would come over and look.
Yes.
And you also, announced it loudly because you didn't want anyone to walk or contaminate the area.
That's correct.
And after Miss Barry runs with the baby down the trestle bridge towards where all the medical professionals, ambulance was, you guys stayed put in that general area.
Yes.
And you were, Allie was sitting down on the ground.
Yes.
You all were sort of sitting in that area for about 30 minutes.
Yes.
And before you left that wooded area to walk down the trestle bridge, you turned your body-worn camera off because not a lot was happening.
Yeah.
And you walked back to your cruiser.
Yes.
Actually, it might have been Beleza's cruiser. You walked back to a cruiser.
I think he, drove somewhere to pick us up so that we could transport her back in.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly, but yeah, it was his cruiser.
Okay. And you and Officer Beleza, you were responsible for bringing Allie back to the station.
Yes.
And that's because she agreed to be interviewed.
Yes.
And when someone is in the back of your cruiser, you're separated from them by a metal grate. It almost has little boxes.
And Clara. Wait, approach.
Yes.
Objection is overruled.
So I'm just going to ask that again. So when someone is at the back of your cruiser, you guys are separated by a grate.
Yes.
And it has holes in it.
Yes.
And that's partly so you can keep an eye on things that are happening in the back.
Yes.
That's for safety.
Yes. There's also plexiglass in between.
Okay, but you can talk to the person who's back there.
Yes.
And that's also so you can listen to anything in case something needs your attention.
Yes.
And when you're driving back to the station, you're talking to Officer Beleza about the condition of Allie on the scene.
Yes.
And Allie was in the back at that point.
Yes.
And at times she was talking to you.
I believe she was playing music and kind of doing her own thing while we were driving back to the station.
Okay, but at times she was speaking.
Yes.
And you said that Allie had blood all over her, so she was kind of a biohazard.
Yes.
You said you didn't want her to infect the whole department.
Yes.
And you and Officer Beleza decided to bring Allie in through the front door because when you want people to talk, you don't want them to feel like they're detained.
Yes.
You also said you kept getting whiffs of how she smelled when you were on the scene.
Yes.
You made more gagging noises.
Yes.
You said it was disgusting.
Yes.
And you said you almost threw up on scene because of the smell.
Yes.
And when you were on the scene, you didn't want to tell your sergeant those things because his body-worn camera was on.
Yes.
And when you got to the PD, you walked in and you asked someone for Lysol.
Yes.
And you started talking to them about Allie.
Yes.
And then you realized your body cam was on and you said, oop, and you immediately shut it off.
Yes.
That's because you didn't realize it was on.
Yeah, at that point, I didn't know it was on anymore.
If I can just have a moment. Nothing further at this time.
Anything further from the state?
Summary direct, Your Honor.
Morning, Officer Collins.
Morning, sir.
So, you mentioned you had a son. Before these events, how recent was the birth of your son?
I had him in March, so he was still very young at that time.
So, once you heard yesterday, the defense was really harping on the fact that the baby was a fetus. But once you heard the defendant had been crying, were you searching for a baby or were you searching for a fetus?
That the baby had been crying, you mean?
Yes.
I was looking for a baby.
Now, when you were talking about the search with the defendant, did either of you call it a fetus?
No.
So that was not the term that you and the defendant were using in your conversation?
No.
Did you have any specific conversations with the 911 operator yourself prior to going to the scene? So who was your primary source of information?
Alexandra?
And at that point, although she had been leading the search, you had no way of knowing whether or not she was telling the truth.
That is correct.
You had believed her in what
Yes.
she was telling you.
Because she's the only person who would know.
Do you remember having a conversation with the defendant about where she lived during the search?
Yes.
And where did that conversation occur when she first told you where she lived?
In the woods, just see the map here, near that entryway to the rail trail, near the ball fields. And
Can you just get up and point out? Be careful of the wiring, please.
sir. So this is the West Side Ice Arena. The entrance to the rail trail is here. We were hanging out with this because we were being directed to search further into the woods there.
Where did she tell you that she lived?
On the other side of the trestle.
Now, you mentioned you were down in that area of the woods.
Yes, sir.
Who was directing you to search in that area?
Alexandra.
Was she, do you recall whether or not the defendant was asked whether the baby was at the tent or a campsite?
Yes, she was asked that.
And what did she say?
She said that it was in the middle of the woods somewhere.
Was she clear when she said that?
Yes.
Following those conversations, did you continue to remain in the same search area?
Yes.
And why was that?
So that's where we're being directed. That's where we were told the baby was.
And at that point, did you know the condition of the baby?
No.
But you were looking for a baby?
Yes.
Now, you testify that you went back to the ambulance after about a half hour of searching, right?
Yes.
Because the defendant needed some further medical attention.
Yes.
Now, we saw yesterday the video where the defendant said she would call you if she found a baby, right?
That is correct.
And you told her that's not how it works?
Yes.
What did she say at that point about whether the baby was at the camp?
She admitted that the baby was, in fact, at the camp inside of the tent.
Did you find any evidence during your investigation that the baby moved at all from the time that he was born to the time that he was rescued?
No.
To your knowledge, was the baby moved?
No.
Had it moved?
No.
Then you testify that she told you that the baby was not at the camp.
Yes.
And then she changed her story.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down. Please be careful of the wires.
Yes, ma'am.
State may call its next witness.
State will call Detective Joseph Vitali.
Thank you.
Stand.
Your Honor, could we just pause for a second? I'm just gonna, can I approach real quick?
And you tell them they can bring Officer Vitali in.
Yes,
And Attorney Getzelis,
Yes, Your Honor.
if you are going to be having anybody step down and speaking at
Anytime.
that screen, then I would move. We can move that microphone over because they need to be speaking into a microphone.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Morning.
Morning.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
I'm sorry, Attorney Getzelis, he needs to be sworn.
Oh, jeez, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you God?
I swear.
Okay. Let's try this again. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Joseph Vitali, Vitale.
And are you currently employed?
I am.
Where?
The Manchester Police Department.
How long have you been with the Manchester Police Department?
3 years.
I'm sorry, how much?
3 years?
3 years. Did you work anywhere else prior to the Manchester Police?
No.
What is your current rank?
I'm a detective in the Juvenile Investigative Unit.
And what are some of your responsibilities in your current role?
Generally speaking, it's conducting investigations, which includes interviewing, gathering evidence, processing crime scenes.
Where did you receive your training?
Through the New Hampshire Police Academy.
When did you attend it?
2021.
Can you describe that training?
It included different aspects of police work, including learning law, police procedures.
Investigations?
Yes.
Now, when you graduate from the academy, do you receive any types of certification or certificates?
Yes, I received a certification as a full-time police officer in the state of New Hampshire.
During the course of your work with the Manchester Police Department, do you receive any additional training?
Yes, I received a period of training through an FTO process, as well as I have in-service training yearly.
Okay. Now, you mentioned an FTO process. What is that?
Field training. So I have a officer, an experienced officer, training me how policies and procedures of how police work is conducted.
So is it fair to say that your training as an officer is ongoing?
Yes, yeah, I attend trainings regularly.
Now, were you acting in the same rank as a detective on December 25th, going into the 26th of 2022?
No,
And and what was your rank back then?
I was working as a patrol officer at the time.
And what were your responsibilities as a patrol officer?
Generally, law enforcement, responding to calls for service, traffic enforcement, things like that.
Now, I would now like to turn your attention to December 25th, going into the 26th of 2022. Were you called out to respond to the area of the West Side Arena in Manchester?
Yes.
Now, at approximately what time did you respond?
At approximately 12:50 a.m.
Did you arrive alone or with a partner?
Alone.
What was the purpose of your response?
I was informed that a woman had given birth to a child in the woods, and it was unknown where the child was.
Who informed you of that?
I was informed through dispatch.
Did you have any direct communications with dispatch?
No.
So the information was that the child was born in the woods.
Yes.
And at what time, and at that time, were you aware of how long the baby was exposed to the cold?
I was not.
When you arrived, who did you find there?
I was met with by Officer Hennessy as well as members of AMR and Manchester Fire Department.
Did you also come across a female who gave birth?
Yes.
And were you able to identify her?
I did not initially identify her.
Yeah, did you identify her later?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have conversations with her?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the woman that you spoke with in the courtroom today?
Yes, it's the defendant.
And please point her out and describe an article of clothing she's wearing.
White shirt.
Where? Where's she seated?
The defendant seated right over there.
I may have the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Your Honor.
The record so reflects.
Where did you go when you responded to the scene?
I responded to the rear of the ice arena and went up on the rail trail by the baseball fields.
Okay. Now, why did you go up on the rail trail? Were other personnel already up there?
Yes, that's where personnel was at the time.
Okay. So you go to the back. You're not in the parking lot. Or you didn't respond or speak to anyone in the parking lot?
No.
Okay. Just parking lot and then rail trail.
Yes.
Now, can you remember what the weather was like that night?
It was a clear night and it was very cold. It was about 15 degrees.
What happened after you arrived?
I made contact with personnel was already on scene, and we began asking the defendant some questions about where she was coming from.
Okay, now who's we? Who are you with?
I was with Officer Hennessy, and I believe Officer Collins was there at the time.
Okay. And what questions were you asking her?
We were asking questions about where she had been coming from.
And did she answer those questions for you?
Yes.
What was she telling you?
Initially, she told us that she was coming from a store on the east side of the city. And as we continued to ask her for more specifics, she eventually told us that she had been at a 7-Eleven on the east side of the city.
So she had been making some statements about her travels.
Yes.
Right. Were they consistent or inconsistent at that time?
Inconsistent.
How so?
Initially, she wouldn't tell us where specifically she was coming from. And at one point, she had mentioned that she had gone to a Rite Aid on McGregor Street, which is on the west side of the city, which are completely different areas.
Now, as you're talking with her, what happened after that?
She pointed out an area in the woods. She explained to me that she had come walking north on the rail trail to the approximate area we were in. She said that she felt that she had to go to the bathroom, walked about a minute or two into the woods, and that's when she had the child. So she pointed out that area to me, and I began to search there.
Good. Now, there's a map next to you on the screen up there. Can you just point out for the jury your perspective of where the defendant was telling you she was coming from? And I'll move the microphone close to you
Sure.
as well.
So we were somewhere in this area near the baseball fields, and she had told us that she had come walking northerly on the trail.
Okay. And did she, throughout your interaction, was she maintaining that that is where she was coming from?
Yes, that she had come north on the trail.
What other information had she been providing you at that time?
Um, the only thing that comes to mind is that she had been with her boyfriend at some point, but we were unsure where he had gone.
Were you able to locate him?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you ever locate him that night?
I don't believe so.
So now, what was the reason why you remained down in that area?
Because that was the area that she had directed, that she believed that she had walked into the woods.
Was she able to give any specific location where the baby was?
No, I asked her for any specific landmarks or anything that she remembered, and she couldn't give an answer.
Were her responses consistent or inconsistent with one another?
Inconsistent.
Were they consistent or inconsistent with the statement she was telling you previously? She had told you previously.
I'm sorry, do you mind asking that again?
So at this point now, you just said her statements were inconsistent.
Correct.
Were they still inconsistent with the prior information when you first made contact with her?
Yes, up to this point, they seemed inconsistent.
Now, when you were speaking with the defendant, how did you address what you were looking for? What did you call it?
Baby?
Now, did you call it a fetus?
No.
During your interaction with the defendant, was that term used?
No.
What was the term used in your interactions with the defendant?
Baby.
Did you ask her whether the baby was in a tent?
I did, yes.
And what was her response?
She just said that she had gone into the woods to go to the bathroom. It was not in a tent.
And again, prior to your arrival, you did not have any direct conversations with dispatch.
No, I just received the radio call to go there and had no other information.
Who was your primary source of information as you're looking for the baby?
The defendant.
So you were part of the search party that went into the woods?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that. What was the lighting like?
It was close to pitch black. We had a little bit of ambient light from the lights in the parking lot, but all we really had was our flashlights. It was hard to see more than a foot or so in front of you.
Now, did you search along the rail trail or did you go into the woods?
I went into the woods.
If you could point out for the jury where into the woods you were.
Just I guess you would say northwest of the trail.
You could get up and show them.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say.
Might be easier. And I'll bring the microphone over to you.
We're in this gap area, just
Okay,
north.
hold on. Sure. Bring this over to you again.
You can leave it here, Attorney Eckersley.
Okay.
It was just northwest of the trail.
Okay. And who directed you to be there?
The defendant.
Oh, you may have a seat, sir. Thank you. How many people were searching for the baby in the woods?
I'm not sure the exact number. We had every available officer as well as members of the fire department and AMR.
At that time, up to that point, were you able to find any trace of a baby being in the woods?
No,
And at some point, did you return to the ambulance?
I did.
Around what time was that?
It was about 1:30 a.m.
What happened when you got back to the ambulance?
I was informed that the defendant had told someone that the baby was actually in her camp.
And where was their camp?
It was farther north on the trail.
What happened when the defendant admitted where the baby was?
She agreed to take the search party to her campsite.
And did she do that?
Yes.
Now, from your perspective, were you part of that search party at that point following her?
Yes.
And now, from your perspective, did the defendant show any type of hesitation or lack of awareness of where she was going?
No.
Was she positive about where she was leading you?
Yes.
And again, if you could point out for the jury, in what direction was the defendant leading you?
We were going north along the trail.
Okay. Now, as you were walking north along the trail, did you pass any landmarks?
Yes, we crossed over Electric Street, and then we crossed the bridge going over the Piscataqua River.
Okay, you may have a seat. Now, I'm not asking for any exact distance, but about how long were you walking to get up to where her campsite was?
I would estimate 4 to 5 minutes.
Okay. Do you recall what the distance might have been?
I would say about half a mile, maybe a bit further.
Now, in that area, she was the one that was leading you,
Yes.
or she had directed you earlier for the search in the woods.
I'm sorry, can you repeat
And
that?
then she was also the one who directed you to search in the woods before.
Yes.
Now, as you were walking up the rail trail to go to her camp, what was the lighting like then?
Once we got past Electric Street, it was pitch black.
And did you eventually reach the campsite?
Yes.
Or was it still at the defendant's direction?
Yes.
Was there any deviation to her path of where she was leading you?
No.
Let's talk about being at the campsite now. What did you see when you arrived at the defendant's camp?
It was I described it as a large tent made up of tarps just off the side of the trail. And within that, when we walked in, there was miscellaneous items and clothing and things like that scattered everywhere. And then within that, there was another, I would call it like a smaller room built out of tarps.
Was that the defendant's room?
Yes,
Did you go into the tent
I did.
and you made all of these observations?
Yes.
Who let you inside?
The defendant.
Did she tell you where everything was?
Yes. Yeah, she led me directly in.
Did you go into her tent?
Yes.
What did you see when you entered her tent
It,
initially?
it was there was a sleeping area.
What else did you see within the tent?
There were blankets and a significant amount of blood.
Where was the blood?
It was running down. It was on the sleeping area and then running down the side and on the floor.
What did you do at that time?
I began to search for the child. I started looking through the blankets on the bed, trying to find it, and I couldn't find it anywhere. And that's when I noticed the blood running down the side, and I directed my attention to the ground. And
What did you find when you directed your attention to the ground?
I noticed I think it was a blanket or piece of fabric, and when I moved that aside, I found the child laying there.
What did it look like at that time?
It was naked and very pale.
What was its condition?
It was alive and moving.
What did you do after you found the baby? What happened? I'm sorry, after you found the baby.
I called out, and AMR staff came in and took the child.
Now, during this time, were you equipped with your body-worn camera?
I was.
And was your body-worn camera functioning?
Yes.
How did you make sure that it was functioning properly?
We had like a remote at the time that you could press a button and see if it was recording.
And was it recording?
Yes.
Okay. May I have most now?
Number exhibit. Okay.
So, Your Honor, this is State's Exhibit number 9, which has been minted as a full exhibit. We're going to play it on this screen right here. Sorry, it's a little bit of a distance. You'll get the benefit of it. Okay, now before we start playing this, Detective Vitali, bring it back up, please. Okay, do you recognize what's on the screen there?
Yes, looks like to be my body cam footage that night.
We can play the clip, please.
Yeah, hey, slow down for a second. Let's get that for us. Are you going?
One second, defendant with you?
Yes.
And is she leading you to the tent?
Yes.
Is it big? Go on, do it right here. Stop. I'm telling you, stop. Stop. Stop for a second. Hey, guys, the camp's over here.
Yeah, we're not.
Stop. Just wait.
Pause it for a moment.
Here.
Now, you're speaking with her in a bit of a stern voice. Why is that at that time?
Because she had been walking at a fast pace ahead of everyone else for a period of time, and at that point, I had told her several times to stop and wait, and she kept trying to keep going in.
Why were you telling her to wait to enter the tent when you were looking for the baby?
I wanted to wait until I had at least one other officer there, because I wasn't sure who else could have been inside.
Okay. Good. Good. All right.
This was you searching the tent.
Yes.
Oh, Jesus Christ. It's here. Yeah, it's here.
Is that the moment you found the baby?
Yes.
It's still moving. What? It's still moving.
Bullshit, you guys. Now, please.
Sorry, what do you need?
I braced him.
Got EMT calling for assistance.
Yes.
Thank you. So at that point, you found the baby alive.
Yes.
There was a rush to get it help.
Correct.
What happened after the baby was found and the EMTs took it for help?
I remained on scene at the campsite along with the defendant.
And what was your purpose for doing so?
I was securing the crime scene.
During your time with the defendant afterwards, was she offered medical assistance?
Yes, several times.
Did she accept it?
No.
Were you speaking with her?
Yes.
And was she able to answer any questions or hold a conversation with you?
Yes.
Were there any officers present as well?
Yes.
Now, during that time, was there any discussion about bringing the defendant to the police department?
Yes.
And can you describe that conversation?
We obviously wanted her to come to the police department and discuss what had happened, and she expressed that she was willing to, but she wanted us to take her to her boyfriend's camp first. So we had a back and forth discussion on over that.
So was she essentially looking for a quid pro quo? Take me here and I'll go there.
Objection.
Speculation. The objection is sustained, it's leading. I'll let you rephrase the question.
So what was your impression of what she was trying to do when she was telling you these things?
That she was trying to.
Objection. Can we approach?
The objection is sustained.
Okay, so just let's take a step back. Can you just detail again that conversation?
Yeah, we wanted to have her come to the police department to discuss what had happened that night. And we wanted to give her a ride there. She was asking that we take her to her boyfriend's camp, and then she would be willing to come to the police department after that. And we explained to her that we couldn't take her to her boyfriend's camp.
Was she negotiating with you?
Objection.
Sustained.
She wasn't obligated to go with you, correct?
No,
At that point, she hadn't been placed under arrest.
no, correct, she was not.
But you were trying to continue with the investigation by speaking with her down at the police department.
Yes,
And did your body worn camera capture this conversation?
yes.
If I may approach Your Honor.
Yes.
May we approach you, Judge?
Yes.
The objection is overruled.
Sorry, can you guys will do you want this here? Can I move it so I don't?
Yeah. You can. Yeah, Detective Vitali, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 20 for identification. Do you recognize the CD?
Yes.
And what is that CD?
It is footage from my body worn camera.
Okay, and what is contained within that CD?
Um, Conversations I had with the defendant that evening.
Okay, and with respect to the conversations that you had with the defendant, what else is contained in there? Is a conversation that you just need the defendant contained within that CD?
Yes.
Okay, and to your recollection, and having viewed it, is that CD a fair and accurate representation of your conversation, or the conversation that was captured with the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, if I may move to admit this as a full exhibit and publish it to the jury.
Any objection?
Just noting for the record my cumulative objection at the bench.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Can you not see? Otherwise, just if I could ask the bailiff to just get the question, please. Speak to the jury. Ah, very good. Thank you.
Now, before we start the clip here, Detective Vitali, can you just tell us what you're seeing here?
Yes, that's the defendant.
Is that from your perspective, body worn camera?
Yes.
Okay.
What's that? Yeah, no, I don't think it's the breathe. I think it's might be frozen. Or like I don't know, the lighter fluid in it isn't.
Well, if there's I know my bathroom over there, those houses up there.
Yeah. Yeah, just
I'll go call it like these.
no, we can't right now.
I know it's too involved.
Sponsor promoted. Now, what other officers are on scene with you at that time?
I'm not sure everyone that's on scene, but I believe right there is Officer Morin, Officer Beliza, Sergeant Joyle. I think there are a few others, but I can't remember who else.
See that what?
I don't know.
Now, can you just describe what's happening over here? The defendant's a bit off, but
Yeah,
off
so
your camera.
we were having a discussion. She wanted a lighter to smoke a cigarette. So we had a brief discussion about my lighter wasn't working because I thought it was too cold. And then she was asking to go back into the campsite because she thought there was a lighter in there.
It's pretty down here.
We're right back.
Yeah.
Well, it'll be effective, then one of the.
Or you don't do, I know where he is.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. You get there.
And now, where did the conversation turn here?
We began discussing bringing her back to the police department.
Okay.
Are you able to? Hey, what, so priority is. PD, business planner who of this, and then we can make contact with them. Right. They're not gonna be in the. It'd be a lot easier for you, me around here, you run. You can light it, we can have a dream, we can make contact with your boyfriend, fun stuff.
Now, where's the discussion going here?
She's telling us that she wants us to take her to go see her boyfriend. And I believe it's Officer Moore in there is explaining that we can't take her to do that, but we can go try and make contact with him ourselves and let him know where she is.
We can do that after. We can't take you in and then it is. Then you do the station. I can't answer that, but. What if I try and go find him now?
So now you're offering to go find her boyfriend?
Yes.
Okay, where's he live? That effective there. You be all warmer, like I said, you yellow. That's down here, so. I don't do. You've been on the day, well, go on block.
Is she still asking for her boyfriend?
Yes.
Go there, it'll be expected that will. We're not forcing you to do this. Warm up. Yeah, we're gonna get so she wants to go tell her boyfriend first, and then she would come down.
Did you know where her boyfriend was?
No.
Did she tell you where he was?
I believe she said that he had a camp somewhere else on the trail, but I didn't know where it was.
Was there any specific location?
No, not that I was aware of.
Yeah, one. We're gonna give you a ride and you drive it back to where do you not want to go? Here, so we justify transporting our especially for anybody what's on our rep. So we're looking at the current, so we're probably driving safe. We're unfortunately, for
So following that conversation, did the defendant eventually go to the PD?
Yes.
How did she get there?
She was transported in one of the police cruisers.
What led her to finally agree?
She was hungry, and we offered her food, and she also wanted a lighter for her cigarette.
May I have a quick moment?
Just like, yeah, yeah. This one is which one's your? Just.
I don't know if I may approach. This is actually defendant's exhibit X that has already been agreed to be coming as a full exhibit. You just take a look at what these are. When you're ready, please look up. And what are those?
These are all photographs from inside the tent and sleeping area.
And what are they showing?
Primarily the sleeping area and just the blood everywhere.
The blood within the tent?
Correct, yes.
On the bed?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. If I may try to wish some of these pictures.
Was he there? There. I just
Council, approach for just a bit.
So it's like, Joel, I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit F.
Attorney Getsel, can I just
Yes.
stand up here?
Oh, yes, of course. That is a full exhibit. Can you just take a look through those photos? Right.
Do you want me as I go through them, or?
Just when you're, just take a general look and,
Okay.
and ask questions after.
So I recognize these as the pants the defendant was wearing, and these look like some photographs of the propane tank that was inside the tent, and I recognize the tent and the bedding that was inside.
Did you take some of these photos?
No.
Okay. But were these photos consistent with the showing the scene consistently, aside from the pants being lifted by someone?
Yes.
Okay. Let me post these to the jury, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
You may do so. So what I would say is to do this as efficiently as possible. Look at the first one, pass it along. Look at the second one, pass it along, and
Your Honor, if I may republish this defense exhibit next to the jury, they can take one of the photos.
I'm sorry.
If I could reapproach the jury, republish for the jury the defendant's exhibit X.
Any-
Sure. For the record, Your Honor, I'm sorry. This is defendant's X, Y, Z. Then AA, BB,
You can just say the last one unless there's a break in them.
C, D, E, and F.
C C D D E E F F.
Correct.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may approach with states, or excuse me, defendant exhibit A, B, C, E, and E
All marked as full.
as full. Yes.
Any
And-
objection?
And for the record, I'm sorry. Defendant's exhibit A is it's clipped, but it's all the same photo. So, Detective, you can just take a look at these photos,
Mhm.
and review them, and when you have a moment, look up. Okay. Now, with these photos, what are these photos?
These photos appear to be from the police department lobby.
Okay, is that defense exhibit A?
Yes,
Okay. Photos of the police department lobby.
correct. Yes.
Okay, and what's shown in there?
Looks like a few blankets with blood on them and
Okay.
some blood on the seat.
And the remainder of these exhibits?
These are photographs from inside the tent as well as the defendant's pants again.
Now, were you present at the police department when these photos were taken?
No.
At the scene, or the photos regarding the scene, were you present when those photos were taken?
I don't think so.
Even still, are those photos of the scene consistent with what you observed the night that the baby was found?
Yes.
And Your Honor, if I may publish these to the jury.
Mr. May?
Excuse-
Council approach this minute well. Photos. And ladies and gentlemen, just so that you're aware, exhibits that are marked as full exhibits, you will also have those in the jury deliberation room when it comes time to deliberate.
Your Honor, this is for the record, defense exhibit F G H I J K L M N O A E.
All marked as full exhibits.
Yes.
Yes. Detective, if you may just look for those photos, and when you're done, please look up. Okay, and what are those photos?
Photos of the defendant's pants and photos from inside the tent.
Okay. Now, were you present when these photos were taken?
I don't believe so.
Now, even though you were not present, were these photos, aside from the pants being held up by someone, consistent with the scene as you saw it that night?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, if I may publish these photos to the jury.
Yes, you may.
Such exhibits Q, R, S, E, U, V, and W. Let me take a look at these photos.
The record, these are all marked as full.
Yes.
Yes.
If you describe to the jury what is contained in those photos.
It's photographs of the bedding inside and out of the tent.
Okay. Now, what's on the bed?
Looks like or I'm sorry, looks like it's on the floor of the tent. I can see looks like a pipe and some miscellaneous clothing and other items.
Now, what is this first photo show?
It looks like the bedding with blood on it.
Okay. Did you take these photos?
No.
Okay. Regardless, though, are these photos consistent with the scene or show consistency with the scene as you observed it that?
Yes.
Okay, published in the jury. G.
Trey gets Lewis.
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've got a little bit more of the photographs to go, so I want to give you a break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. Please use the restroom, have a drink of water, then we'll come back in. I'll ask the witness to stay exactly where you are. 10 minutes, everybody. Please rise. Mm-hmm. 10 minutes. Please have the witness back on the stand by 20 of, okay? He can step, you can step down, but we'll have him back on the stand when they come back in. All right, thank you. Mhm. John.
No. Just you touch. No one does it. Thank you.
Right now. She emailed me. It's like, I'm just trying. And I didn't know it were full. So sad. less severe.
You think it started. Yeah. Good.
Just like, good. You need any? So now my label. Thanks, you are. I but
I was talking to them. Just see the videos.
Oh,
just check trying to break up some stuff.
And see them.
Nice trousers. Brazen the other day.
I think it's from a different.
Feels okay. Well, I came to tell you. Yes. Maybe the initial child. Just the separates. Steals.
Oh.
Nothing fire. Do you have one?
Chapter 10. Yeah.
It it's new. It's just. Yeah. March for ID off. No, I can't. You guys have any other image that are agreed on? Yeah.
Thanks.
Not that you want it as a full, right? This.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thing right now. Close.
Just so I can mark.
So those last.
These
three
ones?
photos.
Okay. Yeah, all of those. So all of your photos are gonna be. Yeah.
All the photos are full and most is not full. Right.
Okay. So.
Yes. I know, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Jim drinks 7 cups of water during trial. So
I was still on her.
no.
Oh, see.
Have some taco truck. Well, the night before I was having night just like it just was good. We wouldn't sell any tacos, and we're like, that's a night. Yes. Yeah. There were tacos and all the whole day. Well, I got myself.
My nightmare is eating too much.
Just knows. Yesterday, this trial Twizzlers.
Oh, I know. I didn't get that. I think I had maybe a protein bar and that was it.
I had a trial Kyle where my lost we broke for one right before. And I'm just like eating my stale trial. Your videos just eat them.
Oh, that's gross.
I was like, I can't eat this.
Right.
Oh, it's just a video.
Right.
I can hear it, but yeah,
I can't.
nervous. Yeah, I'm not too nervous. It's a sport sheet. I just,
That is.
I swear, it's not anything you've ever done. I was like,
Always.
no.
Ay. So.
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Nutt.
I have a couple of closing questions.
Oh. When you have your witness using the match, will you put that microphone kind of in the corner, not directly in front of them?
Which one?
This, I
That
moved that one just in case you play videos, it'll play louder. The microphone there, and then when you have somebody like calm there, the microphone.
So what if we had?
No, not very far. Will be in your way if I put it kind of into the corner. Just move whatever one. I'm very so that that way. That
Yep. All rise for the honorable court.
No, I'm asking.
is he seated?
Are we waiting for Attorney Sweeney?
Yes, I just texted him. I think he went downstairs to grab a piece of equipment, but I'm not sure. But I just texted him.
Okay, I think she said he's out there. She's gonna grab. All rise for the jurors, please. Maybe seated.
Thank you, Ron. This is defense exhibits GG group and Your Honor.
Marked as full exhibits.
Yes.
Detective Vitali, you just look through those photos. And what do those photos show?
These are photographs from inside the tent.
Okay. And are those photos consistent with the scene as you observed it that evening?
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, these are defense photos 00 through WW.
Marked as full exhibits.
Market full exhibits.
Yes.
And what do those photos show?
There are photos from of the actual tent, and then these are all photos of the path that we took, and some type of blood stain on the ground.
Thank you. Have we published it? Your Honor. And lastly, Your Honor, these are defense photos XX, and begin again with so XXYYZZ, and then we begin again with AAA through EDD, and these are all marked as full exhibits. Check the Vitali key. Take a look at those photos. And what do those photos show?
These are more photos of the path, and then the entrance are outside of the camp.
Now, I know it was dark, but are those photos consistent with the pathway leading up to the camp?
Yeah, as I remember, yes.
I have just a couple more questions for you, Detective Vitali. So when you found the baby, was it still cold outside?
Yes.
Was there any appreciable difference in the outside temperature that you could feel from the time that you arrived on scene to the moment that you found the baby?
No.
What was the temperature like within the tent?
It was just as cold as outside.
Now, when you saw the baby, how long did it take you to determine that it was alive?
About a second or two.
If you have nothing further, Your Honor.
Right. Finish Strand?
Yeah.
Thanks. You know.
This list. Okay. Thank you. Officer Vitali, I want to start, or Detective, I'm sorry. Detective Vitali, I want to start by talking to you a little bit about the photos that you were just shown. And for the record, Defense Exhibit F, Defense Exhibit G. These are photos of what you said were the pants Allie had been wearing.
Yes.
But when Allie left the scene, she was wearing another set of pants, right?
When she left from
the wooded area.
I don't remember.
Okay, so fair to say these were pants that were left behind.
Correct. Yes.
So these were not the same pants she was wearing when you encountered her, but she didn't change it while you were there.
No, she did not.
So these are different pants.
Correct. Yes.
And you didn't take any of these photos.
No.
In fact, all of the defense exhibit photographs that you were shown, fair to say, they're all seem to be taken in broad daylight.
Yes.
It wasn't dark out when these photos were taken.
No.
And so fair to say they were taken hours after you got to the scene.
Yes.
Because it was dark when you were there.
Yes.
And that evening, you were in uniform, right?
Yes.
And part of your uniform is a radio that's clipped to sort of your hip area.
Yes.
That radio is used to communicate with other officers.
Correct. Yes.
And that radio is also used to communicate with first responders.
Yes.
That includes a 911 dispatcher.
Yes.
And that's so that, officers, first responders, and the dispatcher can share information even when they're not in the same physical location.
Yes.
And your cruisers are also equipped with computers.
Yes.
That computer allows you to go into a central database where officers share information.
Yes.
Where first responders share information.
Yes.
So that, again, you can all try to be on the same page.
Yes.
That night, did you ever radio to the 911 operator and ask her what Allie said?
No. Not that I remember.
You don't remember or you didn't do it?
I don't remember.
Fair to say that if you did something like that, it would be an important part of the investigation.
Yes.
And you include important and relevant details in your police reports.
Yes.
Because you know that people in the system, the prosecutor, the defense lawyers, we rely on those police reports.
Yes.
And that's because sometimes a lot of time passes between when an incident happens and when a trial happens.
Correct, yes.
A lot of time has passed between this incident and this trial.
Yes.
And you didn't put anything in your report about speaking to the 911
No.
dispatch. I want to talk a little bit about homelessness in the Manchester community generally and your understanding of it. Prior to December of 2022, the city and various law enforcement agencies had broken up several encampments in the city.
I'm not familiar with them.
You're not familiar with that?
No.
Never been a part of doing that?
No.
Fair to say a firefighter was talking to you about various homeless encampments that had been broken up?
Yes, I do recall a conversation.
And that, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. And that was in the context of you trying to figure out where George the Burge might be.
I don't remember the context of the conversation.
Okay, but fair to say that you were speaking with various people, the firefighters, other officers, trying to figure out where George was.
Yes.
And one of the firefighters mentioned he had recognized George from breaking up a prior homeless encampment.
I don't remember.
Would it refresh your recollection to listen to a clip of your body-worn camera?
Sure.
Just for ID. Defense Exhibit Triple DG for identification only. I'm going to play this quietly. If you can't
Sure,
hear
yeah.
it, just let me know. Yeah.
No, I'm sorry.
Refresh your recollection about whether or not either a fireman or another first responder was familiar with George the Burge.
It sounds like it, yes.
And does that refresh your recollection about whether or not they were discussing him being at another homeless encampment that was broken up?
Yes, that sounds familiar.
Okay, and so there was a discussion about George the Burge being at another homeless encampment that had been broken up.
Yes.
And that he had really stuck around to try to maintain that area.
I don't remember that specifically.
Okay. I want to move forward a little bit to when you guys were crossing the Trestle Bridge and entering the area closer to the tent. And when you were walking across the bridge, Allie was mostly with Officer Collins, but you were right behind them.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Sorry, yes.
And Officer Collins at one point announced he found what he thought was a placenta.
Oh, I didn't hear him say that.
He did ask you to go with Allie, right?
Yes.
So that he could maintain a spot at some location.
I didn't know what he was doing. He did stop and ask me to keep going with her. I didn't know what he was doing.
Okay, and he stayed in that area.
Yes.
When Allie led you to her camp, there was a large metal sign posted in front of the entry to the path.
I don't remember a specific sign.
Would you refresh your recollection to watch a clip of your body-worn camera?
Sure.
Defense Exhibit Triple G for identification only. This one we don't even need sound, so this will be easier. Did you see it?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection about whether there was a large sign marking the entrance to the path?
Yes.
And there was a large sign marking the entrance to the path.
Yes.
And that sign said no camping.
I don't know what it said.
The city and perhaps various law enforcement agencies, I don't know if they were a part of it, put up signs to stop people from camping and living outside. You're aware of that?
Yes.
And those are put around the city to stop people from camping in areas that they were previously homeless encampments.
Yes.
Want to talk about when you're first getting to the tent, one of the clips that we watched with you on direct. When you go to the tent, you are telling Allie to stop walking and to slow down.
Yes.
And you're stern, you agreed with that on direct.
Yes.
She wanted to bring you right there.
Yes.
She led you through that outer large encampment area that was covered with a tarp.
Yes.
And then she led you further into the actual sleeping area.
Yes.
And she showed you right where to go.
Yes.
And that larger tent, the outside one I'm talking about now, this was a rather sophisticated structure for a homeless encampment, right? It had wood that was holding up all the tarps.
Yes.
And it was very clearly a large structure.
Yes.
At that point, when you enter the sleeping area, you're looking around at the blood-soaked blankets.
Correct, yes.
And someone yells to get Allie out of there.
Yes.
As Allie was exiting the tent, you found the fetus there, and you yelled loudly to other personnel, "It's moving."
Yes, I said the baby was moving.
And that's because you wanted to draw people's attention to get help.
Yes.
And so you weren't trying to be rude, but you were yelling.
Yes.
And that's because you realized the baby was alive.
Yes.
Lauren then took the baby and ran, and you stayed at the tent.
A member of AMR.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what her name was, but
That's okay. A female member of AMR.
yes. Yes.
Took the baby and ran, and you stayed there.
Yes.
If I can just have a moment. Nothing further at this time.
Anything for the future you get to it?
Just a moment, Your Honor. So just very briefly, so throughout this entire time, what were you looking for?
The baby.
And what did you find?
The baby.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Anything further, Attorney Strand?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Make them down. State me call its next witness.
Sorry.
Counsel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's almost 12:15, and so in order to break for lunch at a reasonable time, we're going to go ahead and break now. So we'll take 1 hour. Please be back at 10 after 1 for a 1:15. All rise for the jurors, please. I remind you, ladies and gentlemen, do not discuss the case. Do not look anything up. Don't do any independent research. All right, we'll see you back in here at 1:15. Thank you. I just want to double check. If the lawyers go through with you.
All right, for the jury.
Please be seated. Did they call its next witness?
Your Honor, the state calls Lauren Berry. Your Honor, will you please swear the witness?
Yes, if you would remain standing and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that any statements or testimony you give will be the truth, nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated.
Good afternoon, Ms. Berry.
Good afternoon.
Could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Lauren Barry, Lauren Barry.
Ms. Berry, what do you do for work?
I work as a firefighter in advanced EMT.
Can you describe your training for that position?
It takes, you go through a rigorous program of learning how to perform life-saving skills on humans, I guess. I don't really have a specific way to, I went through training.
Well, where did you go through that training?
The New Hampshire Fire Academy, as well as New England EMS Institute.
And how long ago was that?
As far as my license I'm currently at was 2015.
Okay, and did you have one before that?
I did
And what was that?
EMT.
When did you go through that?
I don't remember the exact year.
Okay.
I was 19, I'm 34 now.
Okay. Were you working at AMR on December 25th of 2022?
I was.
What was your role at AMR at that time?
Advanced EMT.
Okay. And so what's the difference between an EMT and an advanced EMT?
EMT is what they call BLS. It's the lowest license level of a EMT. Advanced EMT is in between a paramedic and a EMT. So it's ALS, but not quite a paramedic.
Okay, so you're in between an EMT and a paramedic?
Correct.
And so on December 25th of 2022, were you on duty?
I was.
And were you in an ambulance?
I was.
Did you get called to an emergency at 12:30 a.m.?
I did.
Where was the emergency located?
The west side of Manchester, 3 Electric Street.
Can you describe the location where you first arrived at 3 Electric Street?
So we arrived to the same location as Manchester Fire's Truck 6, which was at the crossing of Electric Street and the rail trail by the trestle bridge.
So Truck 6 was already there?
Correct.
Okay, was there any other emergency vehicles there?
Not at that time, no.
No police cars? None?
They had been requested, but they hadn't arrived yet.
Okay. So so how did you get dispatched?
I would assume through the 911 system. AMR is dispatched through Manchester Fire, which they receive their calls from the 911 from the state.
Okay, so the 911 system contacts the fire department, is that right?
Sometimes it goes through the police department first or the fire department, but they communicate with each other, and then they dispatch the appropriate apparatus for the type of call that's being requested.
Okay, so it sounds like in this instance, it went through the fire department, and then the fire department dispatched the ambulance? Is
Yes,
that right?
simultaneously with fire and EMS, or at the same time.
I just want to get you up here to point some things out on this map, if you would. Remove this mark. All right, will you put a number, the number 1, where you first arrived at the scene? Okay, and you described that as the intersection of the rail trail and
Electric Street.
Electric Street. Okay. And before we get too far, could you mark the northwest corner of this map
Sure.
with just an NW?
Because doesn't like that.
You have another trick?
Yes, I do. Her name is Eva.
Would you like me to replace the 1?
Please do. And then place a SE in the southwest corner. And what's that line that runs from where you put the SE to where you put the NW?
That would be the rail trail.
So who was at the scene when you arrived?
MFD personnel of Truck 6, as well as myself and my female partner, Natalia Rischer.
Okay. Anyone else there?
The patient,
Okay.
as well as at that time, a male I didn't know.
Okay. Do you see that patient in the room today?
Yes.
Could you just point out an article of clothing she's wearing?
White coat
Okay. And where is she sitting?
at the defendant's table.
Your Honor, I'd ask the record reflect that the witness identified the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
Did you have a conversation with that woman?
I did, yes.
What'd she tell you?
She informed me that she had what she believed delivered 2 babies in the woods.
Where did she say she was when she gave birth?
She had a very descriptive story that she was coming from a store from the east side of the city, because it was Christmas night. It was the only one open. So she was heading back from that direction when she felt the urge to have a bowel movement. So she walked roughly 1 to 2 minutes into the woods and found out she had delivered a baby.
Okay, so she's coming from the area that you marked SE?
Yes.
So where were you when this conversation took place?
We were still positioned at number 1. I was in the back of the ambulance with her.
Was there anyone else in the back of the ambulance?
Intermittently at times, my partner, as well as one of the staff from Manchester Fire for a brief moment.
Okay, so it's
It was
you.
just me.
So it's you, your partner, and somebody intermittently from Manchester Fire.
Correct.
At that time, you said you were in the back of the ambulance?
Yes.
Was the ambulance closed? Were the doors closed?
Yes. After the patient was loaded, yes.
Okay. And when you say the patient was loaded, what do you mean by that?
We had assisted her off the ground due to her condition, placed her on a stretcher, secured her, and placed her in the back of the ambulance to start treatment.
Okay. Was she laying down when you arrived or something else?
She was seated on the ground. It was semi-Fowler, so sort of at a sitting upright position.
Okay. So she was sitting on the ground when you arrived, and then you put her on a stretcher, you said?
Correct.
And then you put that stretcher in the ambulance?
Correct.
What was the temperature like in the ambulance?
I would say I don't have an exact, but it was warm enough that I didn't need a coat in my ambulance. It was warm.
Was there any threat to anyone's safety inside the ambulance there?
No.
Okay. And you said the doors were closed?
Correct.
The heat was on?
Correct.
Okay, and this, just so we're clear, this is the first time that you're in the ambulance with the defendant. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep.
About how long were you in the ambulance that first time with the defendant?
I would have to estimate, but it had to be enough that I got an initial assessment. We repositioned the ambulance and then made the decision to further. So probably upwards of 10 minutes.
Okay.
A little bit longer.
So 10 minutes or so, and what does an initial assessment consist of?
It's a rapid triage. You essentially try to look over your patient, see what is life-threatening, and try to correct those life-threatening medical emergencies.
Okay, so did you do that with Miss Eckersley?
Yes.
Okay. What did you find?
She had what appeared to be delivered a baby. I believed in my experience of having mothers, they usually think the placenta is a second baby's. Initial instinct was to look for the cord, which was not there. I had then updated Manchester Fire that they were looking for one baby and not two.
Okay. Did you provide medical assistance?
I did. Yep. We did fundus massaging, initial set of vitals, asked some medical questions.
Did you offer to take her to the hospital?
I did, yes.
What was your response?
She didn't want to go. She declined.
So when people decline to go to the hospital and they have a medical issue, what do you do?
So in the protocols of our state, it's called an against medical advice, AMA. So I explained to her, I make sure that she's cognitive enough to make decisions and is able to make that decision, in which case she was.
What does that mean, cognitive?
She was in the right state of mind to be able to make a clear decision for herself.
Well, how do you do that?
Certain questions. Does she know who she is, where she is, what's going on, what the date is a simple one. Simple questions that you'd be able to answer if you were in the state of mind to be able to make a decision of not going to the hospital.
Do you have any trouble answering any of those questions?
No, sir.
Okay, so what do you do if somebody's in the right state of mind and they refuse medical treatment?
I have to honor those wishes. I can't kidnap her. I can't assault her and forcefully bring her. All I can do is educate, which case I did. Informed her that it was a life-threatening situation, that she could potentially have the bleeding start again. That was strongly advised that she go to the hospital and seek treatment after the birth.
Okay, so it sounds like the bleeding stopped then.
At that point, yes, it has slowed.
Okay, and you were concerned that it may have restarted, it may restart again?
Yes.
And that's why you wanted to transport her to the hospital?
For multiple reasons, but that being one of them, yes.
Okay, so after she refused medical treatment, what did you do then?
We asked her to assist in finding the location of the baby, being that she would be the best source for that.
Okay. And did she agree to do that?
She did.
And where did you guys go from there?
At that point, the ambulance was positioned behind the ice arena further down on Electric Street. So we exited the ambulance and began.
Oh, so you guys were already, at this point during the conversation, you're already behind the ice arena?
Correct. My partner had repositioned the ambulance to a staging location with truck 6 behind the ice arena.
Okay, so as I understand it, you were inside the ambulance at position 1 there.
Correct.
And then while you're still in the back of the ambulance with the defendant, your partner drove you down behind the ice arena?
Correct.
Okay. And where did you stop behind the ice arena?
There's a parking lot behind the ice arena that abuts the baseball fields.
Can you put a number 2 there and circle that too?
Sure. Sorry, worry.
You never know what's going to happen with that.
User error.
Okay. So now you're down behind the ice arena. You're in the ambulance. What made you go down behind the ice arena?
Through the chaos of trying to coordinate with the Manchester Fire personnel, searching and having a plan in place, as well as her being unsure of wanting to go to the hospital, I assume it was best thought by my partner to keep everybody in the same location, and that was the area that she'd originally directed us to, so it felt appropriate in the time.
Okay, so the defendant directed you to the area behind the ice arena?
Yes, she had stated that she was coming back from a store from the east side of the city when she was walking on the trail. At one point, she had mentioned the soccer fields.
Okay. So about how long were you in the staging area there before, I assume you left the ambulance at some point?
Briefly, a few moments. I don't have an exact.
And the defendant agreed to show you where the baby was?
Your Honor, yes, check and bleeding.
Sustained.
Did the defendant agree to show you where the baby was?
Yes, she was willing.
So what did you do then?
We, at that time, Manchester PD had arrived. So myself, my partner, and a Manchester police officer walked with Miss Eckersley around, with her leading around the baseball fields. There's fields down there, and there's a path that's just people have walked over. She proceeded to look around and follow this path around the field, and then across and up a slight incline to the rail trail.
Okay, so in that initial, did she say that the baby was there?
No, she was searching for something that looked familiar.
Okay. And so her initial search area was around the ball fields or the soccer fields?
So the ball fields are here and the soccer fields are here. So we were positioned here, cut around the ball fields, and then up onto the rail trail. Truck 6 was at the soccer fields at that time searching.
Okay, so can you put a number 3 at the soccer fields? And put a circle around that?
Trying to not affect the...
How long were you at the soccer fields?
Again, I don't have an exact time, but it was enough that I personally went out and searched an area by myself. Truck 6 had called in more resources for Engine 6 to come. They thoroughly searched with a KIC, just a thermal imaging camera for body temperatures. So it was a decent amount of time.
Did the defendant say that the baby was in a tent in the soccer field?
At no point in time was a tent mentioned, no.
All right. Did she say that it was near a tree in the soccer fields?
No, just a wooded area.
Did you find a baby in the soccer fields?
No.
Did you find any indication that a baby had ever been in the soccer fields?
No.
Are you aware of where the baby was while you were with the defendant searching the soccer fields?
I was not.
About how long were you searching the soccer fields? I'm sorry, you might have already answered that.
I didn't have an exact time. It's kind of I wasn't really paying attention to the time while I was out there. a
And
decent amount of time.
what was the defendant doing while you were?
She was standing on the rail trail with officers and my paramedic partner.
What happened after you searched the soccer fields?
I had come back to where they were all standing and noticed that Miss Eckersley was bleeding again. And advised that we should probably go back to the ambulance because her condition had changed.
Okay. So you went back to the ambulance?
Correct.
So it sounds like this is your second trip to the ambulance. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And was the ambulance in the same place?
It was, yep.
In that little staging area there?
Yes.
Okay. So you went back, you got in the ambulance, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were all of the doors closed on the ambulance?
Yes. At times people were opening them. I don't recall who, but for the most part, yes, while we evaluated her.
Who else was in the ambulance with you?
I believe it was Officer Collins and my partner at times.
Still warm, comfortable, secure inside the ambulance?
Yes.
Were you continuing to offer medical care to the defendant?
Yes.
And what was her response to that?
Still did not want any medical care. She didn't want to be transported. I don't.
So you said there was an officer in the ambulance with you?
Correct.
Was your partner in the ambulance with you?
I believe at times. I don't recall the exact how or long or for where. I know there was people that were opening the door constantly to mention things or conversate with others, but
So this time in the ambulance, was this any different from the last time in the ambulance? As far as the environment?
there was an officer in the back, as opposed to prior there wasn't.
Okay. Okay, so do you video or audio record the events in the back of an ambulance?
Not commonly. It's HIPAA. If there's an active investigation, officers have body cams, but EMS does not know.
Okay, so for the first time that you were in the ambulance, between the point where you first met the defendant and the number 2 there in the staging area, you didn't video or audio record any of that, right?
No, sir.
And there wasn't any police officer in there, right?
Not at that time, no.
Okay, but it sounds like the second time there was a police officer there.
Yes.
And were you aware of whether he was recording?
I just always assumed Manchester PD commonly has body cameras on.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to show you a video clip from your interactions with the defendant that second time in the ambulance.
Primary perch. Yes.
Attorney Sweeney, should we let her be seated? Or do you want her standing? Oh, if she's, that's fine. I just
I'm
wasn't
okay
sure.
with standing, honestly. Thank you.
Did you have an opportunity to look at a video from a body worn camera?
Yes.
And what was that video of?
There was two, I believe, eyewitness. One was in the back of the ambulance.
Okay, so for that one in the back of the ambulance, was that a fair and accurate representation of what occurred that night?
Yes.
Do you know who was taking that video?
Officer Collins.
Okay, were you in that video?
Yes.
Did you see all the things that happened in that video?
Yes.
Did you hear all the things that happened in that video?
Yes. Of the Claire statements, yes.
So I'm going to show that video now. This is Exhibit 1. It's a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. Sure, let's, sir, can we put lights
Greg,
down a little bit?
do we put the lights up?
Thank you.
Are you sure? Did you come from over? Yeah, I was talking to myself as well.
I do that all the time. Yeah, I know. You pick up as high as you can here.
Where can I be though? God, no one.
You can hang there if you want. Or it doesn't matter.
Okay, and, or just roll it a little bit.
She's a she's really heavily no time to get over.
Okay, do you see yourself in this video?
I did, yes.
Where are you standing?
What they call the CPR seat to the right of the screen. I'm off the screen. My partner's directly in
Just confirm it wasn't the homeless camp by the bridge.
Were you?
By the bridge.
So now I'm
That's where she lives.
Yeah.
That's where she lives.
So
That's
she
where
was
she's
coming.
up over here. Yeah, that's where she lives.
She was coming from the store from the east side.
Yep.
Hadn't made it to there yet.
So you're telling, it looks like you're telling a firefighter where she was coming from.
Lieutenant Poulin, yes.
Where did you get that information?
From the patient. I call her patient, the defendant. I apologize.
So you're relaying that information to Lieutenant Poland?
Yes, he was looking to do a further search and was asking what would be the best way to go about that. So we were trying to make a plan.
And he asked you about the encampment.
Yes, Manchester Fire has a squad detail. They frequently visit all of the encampments, so he's well knowledgeable in the local encampments that were under that area. So he was asking because in his gut he thought that might be a location.
Okay, and had the defendant said anything about that encampment up to that point?
No, not in my presence that I was aware of. I do know that she hadn't made it home yet, so to me that didn't make sense at that time.
What do you mean it didn't make sense?
I was going off of what she said for the story, so I didn't think searching her home made sense because she said she didn't make it home yet.
Did she say she didn't have the baby at home?
She had stated 1 to 2 minutes into the woods off the trail on her way home.
She was, when you found her, she lives on the Goffstown Bridge. Her brother's tent is on this side.
Right.
Look where we are.
Yeah.
That's why the boyfriend went that way, east on the rail trail when we saw him. Her tent.
Coming from Goffstown side?
No, she was coming from downtown.
Yeah.
So from the store to come down to her tent, which is on the Goffstown west side of.
I see. So why was why were you down here, hon? On this side?
I found this already. She's gone back to the tent from.
Okay, can you tell me what she said?
Can you replay it? I'm sorry.
Well, females having babies.
Her brother. She's just more, she's bleeding heavily, so I'm trying to get blood
We
pressure.
just confirm it wasn't the homeless camp by the bridge.
Were you?
By the bridge.
So now I'm
That's where she
talking
lives.
about-
That's where she lives.
So
That's
she
what
was
she's
coming,
up over here. Yeah, that's where she lives.
she was coming from the floor, from the east side.
Yeah.
Headed made it to there. She was, when you found her, she lives on the Goffstown side of the bridge. Her brother's tent is on this side.
Right.
Close where we are.
Yeah.
That's why the boyfriend went that way, east on the rail trail when we saw him. Her
She's
tent.
coming from Goffstown side.
No, she was coming from downtown.
Yeah.
So from the store to come back to her tent, which is on the Goffstown west side of that.
Why were you down here, hon? On this side.
I was going back. She's going back to the tent from the store. 7-Eleven. I don't. That's weird. At 7 Mesa Finding.
So so you're just relaying information from her? Is that what you're doing there?
That was the primary conversation that I had at initial location 1, when it was just me and her, and that's where those details came from. I was asking her because it was abnormal to me that a male was just leaving her. So I said, "Where's he going?" That was when she informed me that he was going to find her brother on that side of the rail trail to inform him that she had the baby or had a baby.
Okay, but in this video, she's laying next to you saying things. Are you repeating what she said or talking over her or something else?
I was relaying information that I didn't need to talk over, so I guess I talked over her, but I was relaying information that I had prior collected from the defendant.
We'll make a plan B.
Don't go. Banquet.
Can you tell us what she's saying there?
Not from this distance of the TV, I apologize.
But you don't remember what she was telling you.
Not at that moment, no. I currently no.
All your business. If I
What's his phone number? Alexandra.
I was calling him on Messenger. There's a tablet.
Yeah.
But at this point, she's talking about calling her boyfriend.
On Messenger app, Wi-Fi calling. You can call through Wi-Fi.
911.
Like
Can you call him off a messenger, please? We need to know where this baby is at.
if I log into Messenger now,
Yes, please. Where's your phone?
it's I'll try this. I could use a hotspot.
You don't have Wi-Fi? That's it. Why not?
So at this point in time, is she trying to get a phone so she can call her boyfriend?
I believe she's looking for her phone.
Okay.
She
She's
had her
looking for
phone
her-
on her person throughout the time.
Why was she wanting a phone?
At this point was to contact the boyfriend via Messenger, so that's where they're asking, but she had her phone with her throughout.
Okay, minutes on it.
I just want to understand. So you're in an ambulance, the doors are closed, police officers in there. It's a perfectly secure environment, right?
Correct.
And now she wants to call her
Objection,
boyfriend?
bleeding.
Sustained.
What did she want to do?
Contact her boyfriend.
My fingers can't.
What's your boyfriend's name again?
It's pretty alright.
And is that your hand operating the phone?
Correct.
And is that her phone or your?
I'm pretty sure that was my phone. I was trying to assist her in getting in contact with him, which I never successfully did.
Did she give you a phone number for her boyfriend?
I believe that was what she was trying to do in that moment, was give me some sort of contact information.
So it looks like everyone in the ambulance is trying to get a hold of the defendant's boyfriend. Is that right?
Correct.
What for?
In hopes he could help us find the baby, because he was also there at the birth.
Okay.
She was requesting that we contact him, so we try to assist helping.
She was trying to get her boyfriend to come back to the ambulance?
I would assume that's why she wanted to call him to come back to where she was. I can't speculate that.
Or I believe.
George? Yeah, George. She doesn't even know his last name. Her months and the homeless. There's no tattoos, nothing. Alexandra, does George have any like scars on his face or tattoos on his face?
Or something like white hair.
What do you call? He had a hoodie on and everything.
Black hair, like black hair, brown hair. He was like 5'8", 5'9".
Maybe how long have you guys been dating?
Let's go.
Did you guys used to date like before though? Have you guys ever gotten arrested together?
No.
We're on our food approach. Yes.
My ex, yeah.
Oh.
Is it working? No, you're fine. Can you actually look over above the? Do you see my phone above the radio?
Yeah.
Are you guys still trying to find a phone to call her boyfriend?
Yes.
I think I just got a White House. They did. Right. I actually, I don't want.
Pushes on the foot. The silent gotta get my phone for. So he explained it. I'm scared. It says that you're possibility.
That's what they do.
So I just need to ask you this puzzle. Okay, you know where you are right now. What city are you in? Who's the president?
So are those the same questions you asked her when you were in the ambulance the first time?
Yes, similar, yes.
Anyone?
You want to know something now? You're bleeding.
Alexandra, what's your last name?
Eckersley,
What's your last name? Eckersley. Spell it.
ECKERS.
Say it right. Your phone number? Yeah, you do.
So it looks like everyone left the ambulance at this point. Are you still in there?
I had just stepped out. Manchester PD was trying to gain access to a gate with a Halligan, and I assisted them. They were trying to get a cruiser up onto the rail trail to put better lighting for the search.
Okay, you had some sort of key or something?
No, I radioed to the officers that have the key, in which case they gave me permission to use their tools on their engine, being that I'm trained for that, to open the gate.
Okay, so at this point, there's no one else in the ambulance but the officer.
Just the officer and her.
Did you guys ever get a hold of the boyfriend?
No.
Did you give up on that?
I was still trying to make the baby a priority.
Okay. Wasn't getting a hold of the boyfriend part of finding the baby?
Yes.
But you were no longer trying to get a hold of the boyfriend now?
No, we had stepped out to call our supervisor, in case you hear me say, "Why do you have a Halligan?" Because the cops were trying to take a gate out with a Halligan.
Okay. Was anyone else trying to get a hold of the boyfriend to get him to the scene?
I'm not sure. I can't speak for everyone else on scene, but
Did you see anyone else trying to get a hold of the boyfriend to get him to the scene?
no, I didn't.
Okay.
Do you see mail anywhere?
Yeah.
Because you're not. Yeah, it's hard to keep track of. I get it. You couldn't call him off the phone?
They stopped it and us and made us time on it. We got pictures of that. No man, no one time. Not
Alex, what'd you get from the store earlier? Where are the cigarettes? Do you have a receipt by any chance? Well, do you know what street the store is on? Do you know anything that's like around the store?
Honestly, I'm still trying to navigate Manchester, like I said.
I gotcha.
With
Anything more than you for boyfriend? Did you hear that, Alexandra?
What?
What's your boyfriend saying?
He keeps the bridge.
And George what?
Burge is what he goes by, but it's last name.
Burge? How do you spell that? B-U-R-G?
B-E-R-G.
What makes you say that? That's not his real last name.
He does ID.
What's his ID say?
I don't remember, but it wasn't like it was not as like Burge is just less letters than we go with like 10 letters. 10 or 11.
Alright. And can you just describe him for me one time?
I think you're brown color.
Yeah.
Hair. About 5'8", 5'9", like reading artist as well.
White, brown, curly hair. Haha. 1-1, I got it. It's Alpha, Lima, Echo, X-Ray, Alpha, November, Delta, Romeo, India, Alpha. Last name is Echo, Charlie, Kilo, Echo, Romeo, Sierra, Lima, Echo, Yankee, 12-4-96. One, and part of the other half is the male party goes. She said that he goes by the street name Burge. It's a white male with brown curly hair, probably in his mid-30s. Any facial hair?
Like the small spot part where the kid is not here. No,
Copy, thank you. There's a lot of people who go a long time pregnant, not knowing that they're pregnant.
Have you ever had a situation where they may have been making a those 3 months off? Where it comes out? I
That's
just thought ending or
that- so I'm not a medical professional by any means, but the way that it's been explained to me by my fiance is that it's very common for women to lose children in the first trimester. Because that's when you run into all the problems medically that sort of
being outdoors.
being outdoors, not being in like good, like medical physical conditions. Exactly. And though all those things pop up, to my understanding, you're much better off asking the ENT because they're more experienced in all this stuff and they have a better idea. Like 5 years.
My ex went then got caught for doing that. Doing a lot of crime now. That's how we see my ex. We've been on something. Would have been going on for 6 years. Not getting past the service.
Who's that who just returned?
My paramedic partner that night, Natalia Risher.
Things went sideways.
He was getting on himself. Getting over it.
Nah, I gotcha. It's not an easy life being on the streets.
He's like, this mother daughter. He would have been doing all perfect. No?
I get it, man.
Remember, I told you, read it. I'm Monday. And then I'm on so big part. Yes, I have wrong. What's Giselle from Disney?
What's up?
The movie Enchanted.
Yeah.
So before she woke up in New York, it was a cartoon.
Yeah.
That cartoon over me.
Oh, it was?
Before her movie got 3 answers. That's how like I didn't know anything about this. I didn't.
Yeah. I
I
gotcha.
didn't have the brief process correctly. I had no life experience.
That's me.
Butterflies.
Alexandra.
Yes.
Do you remember anything now that you're a little bit warmer? I know. And I know that you don't. I know that you don't want to talk about this right now, but we have to.
I can always call you guys.
Nah, sweetheart, that's not the way it works.
So here's the thing. Not to scare you, you're not in any sort of trouble. When you have a baby, no matter how far along that baby is, and it's now out of you, it's actually a life. We can't just forget it in the woods. I'm not saying that's really not fine. That's fine. The severity of like to do. That's all what I'm trying to do.
Put it out over there. I thought Jeff had already checked her, but apparently not. Yeah.
That's not. Okay, so I'm just trying to have you understand the severity of like, you can't just forget it. Maybe like in a couple days we'll find it. Like in. Are you fucking kidding me right now? I'd rather fucking tell you. So you were on the Goffstown side of the bridge with baby? Yeah.
Goffstown side of the bridge.
I wanted to make sure that I didn't get all that. Okay. Is there anything else that you want to tell us before this becomes an actual? So we're gonna.
Right, sorry.
Right after he told you that the baby's on the Goss side of the bridge at the camp, what did she say after that?
Could you replay it again, please?
Severity of like, you can't just forget it. Maybe like in a couple days we'll find it. Like it. Are you fucking kidding me right now? I'd rather fucking tell you. So you were on the Goffstown side of the bridge with baby? Yeah.
Goffstown side of the bridge.
I wanted to make sure that I didn't get yelled at. Okay.
She wanted to make sure she didn't get yelled at.
Okay.
Is there anything else? So you want to tell us before this becomes an actual? So we're gonna.
Right, sorry.
I guess I'll bring the baby come again, and then I.
Do you remember what she was saying?
To the best of my knowledge, I don't remember exact wording, but if I stood, have the best hearing with sirens after years, so being over here is a little different.
I thought Jeff had already checked her, but apparently not. Yeah.
So severity of like, you can't just forget it. Maybe like in a couple days we'll find it. Like it. Are you fucking kidding me right now? I'd rather fucking tell you. So you were on the Goffstown side of the bridge with baby? Yeah.
Goffstown side of the bridge.
I wanted to make sure that you yelled at. Okay. Is there anything else that you want to tell us before this becomes an actual? So we're gonna.
Right, sorry.
I guess I'll bring you down. The baby's at the campus. I'll bring you down.
She wanted to bring us there herself.
Well, thank you, Alexandra. So.
It was at her campus.
Thank you.
Now we're behind closed doors.
What is she telling you now?
What is she about to tell me? That she agrees that it's a life.
I don't know why you're doing it.
Do you know where? Did the right thing.
Do you know where your campus is?
Sit there.
I know exactly where it is. I didn't want her to figure out you were behind closed doors, so I feel safe enough to tell you. Okay, you're not.
What did she just say?
She wanted to make sure she was behind closed doors because she didn't feel safe enough to tell us.
She didn't feel safe enough to tell you?
Her words.
You're fine. He can't do anything.
We might then.
Why are you telling her that?
Reassuring her that George can't get to her.
That George can't get to her?
Yes.
Wait, didn't you just spend like 10, 15 minutes trying to get George to the sea?
Yes.
And now she's saying she feels secure because he's not there, so she can tell everyone where the baby is.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
You did a good job.
Thank
you.
I actually respect that, you know? It's not that hard.
She said a minute and a half to 2 minute walk right there. There's a lieutenant firefighter who just headed over that way. Hand guy, he has an idea where I don't know what his name is. Show us where it is.
Yes, I can do that.
Who is the firefighter that's just in here talking about that? The lieutenant?
Alexandra, let's go.
Alexandria, you're rolling with us, sweetheart. Let's do it. Good job. Here, wrap yourself up. I don't want you cold.
You guys know.
Okay, let's go. Let's go find the baby.
Let's look at this.
We did it.
Let's do it.
So, show me the way, sweetheart. She's on a mission right now. We're good. Good.
I actually want to see that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh.
Yeah.
But did you call?
Yes.
You actually know where we're going right now?
Yeah, I'm taking it back.
Because you're rubbing blood all over me and stuff. Make sure you're not playing games, alright?
No, I'm sorry, I'm not.
Alright, good, Alexandra. Making progress here.
You understand what I have to put me? And so I was like, I chose over down exactly what else.
Alright, let's make this happen, right? Are you sure that he's not over here somewhere?
The location of the baby.
I have it written down. Something absurdly wrong with the cake. Eckersley? You guys catch that?
You point, did she not look like she knew exactly where she was going?
I need you to pay attention. Was he over here at all? Were you over here? Do you recognize this area? Okay. Alexandra, are you still paying attention to that?
I know I am.
Alright, and you know where the baby is at?
Don't
worry. We're all good. You got all your partners with you. We're here to take care of you, but we gotta find this head full so you can go to the hospital.
Oh.
Something? Okay, we're almost done now. Okay, let the firefighters walk through. Yeah, this way. That's what you were saying. You're saying that your heart. Are we close?
You gotta go past the top, but I'm looking.
Okay.
God, I bought you the blanket stuff in the barn going about.
Or after we go and grab the baby, you can go to the hospital, warm up. Make sure you're healthy.
No,
You don't want to go?
no, because I don't have to. I have to.
Okay. It's up to you.
I have to eat them.
You have a heater?
Yeah.
Alright.
Can you tell where we are?
About to be on the trestle bridge in the northwest.
And where's that on the map?
Right back at position 1.
Can you draw a line from the staging area to position 1?
Sure.
Your Honor, I guess the record reflective box is 218 at this moment.
As long as you're alright, Lane. We're almost there. Watch, hey, stop, Alexandra. You see that cruiser? I want you to get hit. Go. Jeff, do not park your car right there. Move. Just walk in the whole street.
So is this where you met her, or did you meet her somewhere else?
No, next to the blue marking on the cameras where she was seated on the ground when I initially made patient contact.
Okay, so now you're back at the initial meeting location,
Correct.
and now it's 290.
Alexandria? Your boyfriend's over here? What are you making out, Alexandria? Yeah. What'd you say? Yeah. You can go off the road. You're gonna bring me right to where we need to go. I need you to, because I don't know my way around. I want to see if I don't get off the freeway. Yeah, keep your hand on the swivel, buddy. Those from your cigarettes? What? Are these from your cigarettes? These wrappers right here, Alexandria? They're not from me, no. Okay. I don't know. What? Hey, stick with her for 1 second, Vitali. Hey, we got blood over here. What? Is this just the placenta?
At this point, are you getting to the campsite?
I was in that grouping of flashlights just about to witness the placenta, but yes, we are almost at the campsite.
Time now is 2:22.
Brandon, when we approach.
Yes.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, the parties just want me to clarify. I'm not taking judicial notice of any of the timing issues as relating to this clock. So I'll let the parties proceed, but to the extent you think that I am taking judicial notice or pointing out any evidence, you should ignore that belief. Thank you.
What time did, oh, you can have a seat.
Are you gonna keep playing this? Or?
No. What time did you recover the baby?
I believe it was 1:40 a.m. was patient quote unquote contact.
Okay, can you tell us again what time you arrived at the scene?
The initial dispatch was 12:30, believed to be 12:29 and some seconds, so 12:30. And then I believe our on-scene time was roughly 12:40 or 12:41.
Can you describe where the baby was when you recovered him?
He was on the floor of the makeshift tent.
What's the difference between a baby and a fetus?
A fetus is unhatched or unborn, so believed to be in the womb still. And a baby is that of human life.
Were you searching for a baby or fetus?
Initially, in the beginning moments, it was believed to be, well, at all points it was going to be a baby, but whether a fetal demise or a baby that's viable versus non-viable. At no point was I searching for a fetus because I would have had the fetus and it would still be in her womb.
What you had in your arms as you're hustling away from the tent, what was that?
A baby, infant.
Can you describe what the baby looked like when you first encountered him?
He was unclothed, naked, without blankets, cyanotic or blue for more layman's terms, ineffectively breathing, but breathing, and minimal chest rise, cold to the touch. The birth matter hadn't been disturbed on the baby to indicate that it had been touched at all. It was almost crystallized, and he was like cold like cement. He had an umbilical cord that was severed and not clamped.
What did you do when you picked him up?
I wrapped him in the blanket that I was holding and felt for a brachial pulse, which is on infants in the inner arm.
But you said he was breathing.
Yes, infants have a different, he was effectively breathing, but I wanted to make sure that what his heart rate was, because under 60 beats per minute indicates CPR needs to be initiated.
How did you first become aware that the baby was alive?
Officer Vitali, I believe is his name. He had stated, I believe the term was, it's here, it's moving, or something of that term, but I was notified by the officer.
Was the baby moving when you picked him up?
Slightly, yes.
Where'd you take the baby after you picked him up?
I had radioed to have an ambulance meet me back at the trestle bridge, so I extricated the wood. I left the woods with the baby in hopes to meet the ambulance at the trestle bridge.
Okay, can you just stand up one more time for me?
Sure.
draw an arrow from where you recovered the baby to where you got back to the.
So there was a trail that led from the encampment and then back out to the paved rail trail, down across the trestle bridge back to location 1, which is where engine 6 was parked at the time.
When you took the baby, were you running, walking, something else?
Swiftly moving. I had thoughts of trying to remain steady on my feet, being it was ICU, so I would say I was a slight jog.
Okay, and it looks like you made it back to the initial meeting point.
Correct.
About how long did that take you to get there?
Moments, under 5 minutes.
What were you doing while you were taking the baby back?
Vigorously rubbing and trying to warm the infant, as well as performing CPR.
So the defendant led you around for over an hour,
Yes.
and you were under 5 minutes from the baby.
Yes.
When you first met her.
Those times are marked by radio traffic, but yes.
So when you got out to the initial meeting point, what did you do then?
I had paused for a moment, looking for the ambulance that I had requested. At that point, I had made a decision to transport in the back of a Manchester Fire Engine 6 instead of delaying patient care. We transported the baby to.
What do you mean instead of delaying patient care?
I didn't have any time limit on when the ambulance would arrive at my location where I was standing with the baby at the Trestle Bridge, location number 1.
Where was the ambulance?
Staged behind Electric Street at position 2.
So you arrived back at the initial meeting point, and there's no ambulance there.
No, sir.
But there was another vehicle there?
ALS Engine 6, Manchester Fire Engine 6.
Okay, and so you couldn't wait for the ambulance to just come out from the parking lot?
The paramedic, Jason Trado, that was in the ambulance wasn't answering the radio, so I had no indication that he was aware that he was needed.
Well, you'd waited an hour and 10 minutes, so
Yeah.
didn't you wait longer?
No, sir. It's my job to make sure the patient gets to a higher level of care in a timely fashion, and standing there waiting for an ambulance didn't seem wise.
Okay. So you got into the, what is it, fire truck?
Yes, sir. It's an engine fire truck. Yes.
Okay. And where did you go from there?
We transported the baby to Catholic Medical Center.
Right. And what was the baby doing while you were transporting him to Catholic Medical Center?
Initially, we were all trying to actively warm in the back of the ambulance. Just as we were about to come down the hill by Station 6, so almost at arrival of the hospital, the baby opened.
Okay, you said in the back of the ambulance, but
I'm sorry, engine. I apologize. I'm used to transporting in an ambulance. So that's common terminology. In the back of the engine, there's a hill right before you get to CMC. At that point, you've noticed that the baby started moving his hands and he opened his eyes.
What happened when you got to the hospital?
I met with ER staff and passed off the baby.
No further questions. Thank you. You're going to have a seat.
Yeah, you just have to stay in front of the microphone.
Yeah, that was going to be this one. Is that okay?
You'll this conference. Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Berry.
Hello.
I know we met out in the lobby. My name's Kim Kosick, and I'm just going to ask you a few questions. I represent Allie Eckersley.
Sure.
So when you answer a call for AMR, do you work at AMR still?
I no longer work at that company now.
So when you did work at AMR and you answer a call, there's a report generated.
Correct.
Is that correct? And in this case, you generated a report. Am I correct about that?
Yes.
that you signed?
The company generates the report. I just fill in certain parts of it, but yes.
Okay, you signed it,
Yes, ma'am.
right? Okay. I'm just going to show you this. It's Bates stamp. It's just the AMR report. I'm going to show you this, and you can tell me if this is, you recognize it. Do you recognize that? You don't have to worry about what's highlighted, but
Yes.
you recognize it as your report or
Yes.
a report?
Yes.
Okay. Have you looked at this since that day?
I have, yes.
Okay. When's the last time you looked at it?
Yesterday. evening.
Yesterday?
Yes.
Who did you look at it with?
Myself.
Okay. So there are some times on here. You see where it says times?
Yes.
Okay. So this says that you were at the scene at 24:41.
Yes.
Is it? Do you disagree with that?
No, I was waiting.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
wasn't sure if you were done asking a quick question.
So you were at the scene at 24:41.
Yes.
Right.
Military time for
12:41.
correct.
Okay. And then you were at the patient's side at 1:40.
Correct.
Do you agree with that?
Correct.
Okay. So that's less than an hour. Right?
If I did quick math, sure. I don't.
Can I take a look at it and tell me?
Correct.
Okay. So for the time you arrive at the scene,
Mhm.
that's when you like pull in and stop. How's that time clocked?
So typically it would be through what they call an MDT. You'd push a button. So it would mark your on-scene time, if that makes sense.
You push a button like on a computer? Or
It communicates with fire alarm or dispatch.
Okay. All right. So you push a button to tell them when you've got there, and do you push a button? How does a transport time get put in there?
When you leave a location, it would indicate the same thing. It's a different button, but it would be, some people call over the radio and say transporting, some people push the button.
Okay. And at patient side, I'm assuming it says at PT side, but that means at patient side?
Correct.
Okay. And how does that time get in there?
That's a manually input. So you would give a rough estimate of how long it took you to get from your initial on-scene time to finding the patient.
Okay. So did you put that time in, or someone else put it in?
I did not, ma'am. AMR did.
Okay. How do they know what time it is?
I would have to ask them, but typically in a regular situation, the times are recorded at the dispatch center of Manchester Fire Alarm,
Okay.
and then that report communicates to AMR.
Right. So just to make sure I'm clear. So when you are, is it when you leave, when you were in the ambulance, right? At that point, when you left, you were in the fire truck.
Correct.
You left the scene.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, just looking at this report, is there more than one report, or is this the only report? No.
To the best of my knowledge, I believe there's another one, but I've never witnessed it because I'm not on that report.
Okay. Do you know where that report is?
I don't. I no longer work for that company.
Okay. Do you know who would have signed that report?
I would assume, just based off assumptions, it would be the paramedic, Natalia Resha, that was on the scene.
So she should have her own report.
Correct.
Is that right?
That's the normal way of doing it. I don't know if that's how it worked out.
Okay. So this report, it says, so the nature of the call is first trimester serious bleeding. Is that right?
That's nature of the call is placed in there. How it was dispatched was worded differently, but yes.
Okay. And, but the patient name is blacked out. So do you know the patient's name?
Are you still holding my report, ma'am?
I can show it to you. Yeah. It's redacted for me.
So this is for, at that time, the identifier for the patient was baby.
Okay. So baby Eckersley.
Correct.
All right. And do you know what his actual name is?
I've heard what his actual name is. Edward Ruth.
Section. Where we're pro.
Yes. So. Thank you. The other microphone, so yeah, sure.
You're right. Thank you.
No, I'm not going to take that mic. Okay. Leaning all over it. Sorry. Okay, so this baby was a little boy, right? Do you know that?
I found out after I had cleared the CMC, but yes, I do know that.
Okay, and did you know that from looking at your own not your own report, but the AMR report?
No, because at the time of writing that, I don't remember if I'm not sure, honestly, I don't recall.
You want to look at it?
Sure, if I've referred to it, I believe I know the moment I was told,
That's
so.
fine.
I refer to him as an infant.
Okay, I just would ask you to look at the top of the report. See in the top, I think, right-hand corner.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, sex says male.
Okay, so, but you didn't put that in, someone else did?
It's a click button in
Okay.
that program,
All right.
so I would assume I did it.
This is the same program that you're talking about, that you had,
So it's
you pushed the button to say what time we got there, or?
So that's a MDT system. This is a patient care reporting system. It's a computer program versus the MDT is also a computer, but it communicates with dispatch. Two different programs, but yes.
So you punched that in?
Believed to be, yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So you gave Allie Eckersley, who's this baby's mother, right?
Yes.
Yes. You gave her some medical treatment, correct?
Correct.
Some emergency treatment.
Correct.
Right? And she didn't refuse you looking at her or checking her out, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What she refused was going to the hospital.
Correct.
Right? She didn't want to go to the hospital.
Correct.
She was scared to go to the hospital.
Correct.
Okay. She said it gave her PTSD.
I don't remember that. I know that she was mentioning something of that nature, but I don't remember the exact wording of what she stated, but yes.
Okay. She was uncomfortable going to the hospital.
Yes.
Okay. So, and like you said, you can't kidnap her or make her go. So she didn't go, but you continued to provide medical care throughout this hour or so that you were together.
Yes.
Is that correct? When you're in the ambulance?
I would say more supportive care. I didn't really do any interventions to her, which would be invasive medical procedures. I didn't, after she refused care, was more of like noticing that she was bleeding again. So I wanted to recheck her blood pressure and.
Okay. Well, you checked her blood pressure.
Correct.
When you first got her into the ambulance, so let me just back up a little bit. So everyone goes to the scene. If the fire goes and you go, the AMR goes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get there around the same time?
Roughly, yes.
Yeah. Truck 6 was there first and then you were there.
Correct.
Okay. So when you get there, does someone say, hey, the patient's over here at the end of this path, or do you get out and see her?
Lieutenant Poulin, I pulled up alongside Truck 6. Lieutenant Poulin was standing at my window at the point of positioning of the ambulance. He stated, I have a patient that says she gave birth to 2 babies in the woods. At that point, I notified my partner to call a second ALS, and I exited the ambulance and began getting supplies in the back. And of my ambulance, we have OB kits, pregnancy kits pre-made. I got one of those and a few other things and extricated the stretcher out of the ambulance and went over to her side where she had 2 other advanced EMTs from Manchester Fire at her side. Okay.
Do you know if either of them wrote a report?
I do know that Manchester Fire staff did. I don't know the exact personnel that wrote the reports.
Okay. So when you take out this OB kit and you're going to put Allie back in the ambulance, right, on the stretcher, you didn't treat her outside?
No. No, it was cold out. I tried to get her in the ambulance as
right,
best
it was cold out.
Yes.
Yeah. So you put her back in the ambulance, and what do you do with did you use the OB kit? What do you do with it?
No, I didn't need to. I used what they call trauma pads.
What's that?
It's a thick medical padding, almost like a feminine pad, but bigger and square, to absorb blood.
Okay, so when you say you use that, did you gave it to her to put in her pants?
She had a blanket that she was utilizing as that similar idea when I encountered her. So we just tried to help her with massaging and getting initial vitals. And
okay, so you took the blanket. Did she take the blanket out of her pants, or you did that?
I don't remember. I believe it was her. I might have assisted. I don't remember that part.
All right. So did she get up off the stretcher and take her own pants off and take the blanket out?
She never took her own. Her pants never came off. There was they were stretchy. So you could stretch them with them being on her body.
Okay, so you testified that you checked her out and she did not have a cord still in her.
Correct.
How did you do that?
You could pull the pants and there would be a cord visible. But
okay, so you didn't see one.
No.
Right? Did you do an internal exam?
That's not my protocols. I'm not allowed to do such things.
Okay, so you wouldn't have known if it was still something in there or not, right?
Correct.
Okay. But we know that there was a placenta on the side of the trail.
I later found out, yes.
Correct? Okay.
Yes.
So you found out, did you see it?
I walked by it, yes.
All right. Did someone alert you to it?
The officer in the video found it first, and then we walked by as a group. I looked down, noticed it, and then I proceeded to the location of the baby.
Where the baby is, okay. So when you hear Officer Collins saying, turns around and says, is this a placenta? And then he says he wants to ask someone, I guess, that knows more than he does, or however he put it. That's you?
Me and the paramedic that was with me. There was also another advanced EMT on scene.
Okay. Was that person Ms. Risher?
Natalia Risher, yes.
Okay. So how long, I think you said you don't know, but if you don't know, tell me. How long was she in the ambulance? So you can get her into the ambulance. We're getting her cleaned up a little bit.
Yeah, I don't have an exact time on that, other than a few moments. I would stay more than 5, but less than 15, I'd assume.
Okay. The first time she was inside.
Correct.
All right. And that's when you were trying to clean her up or help her out.
I was trying multiple things, trying to assess her, help her, try and figure out more things. I was asking, when her last menstrual cycle. Sorry, my mouth is so dry.
It's okay. There's water right there.
Yeah, I just don't want to be rude.
No, it's not rude. Believe me, I drink the whole pitcher of water.
Lid, yeah.
I had asked questions, trying to gauge. Typically, when you have a female that's had a miscarriage, you want to know when their last menstrual cycle was to know how far along they were, how big of a delivery the baby.
Mm-hmm.
Whether was I looking for a essentially unidentifiable tissue matter? Was it going to be a fetal demise? Was it going to be a baby? So I was asking stuff like that, and while also asking questions about the gentleman that was there, while also asking medical questions.
Okay, let me ask you just since you brought it up, the gentleman that was there. So did you see that person yourself?
As I pulled up, he walked across from where she was seated across the front of my ambulance and headed southeast on the rail trail. So yes.
Walking, running?
Walked.
Okay. Did you hear him say anything?
No.
All right. And I think you said you thought it was weird or odd that he was just leaving her there.
It's abnormal for someone to be in a medical incident like that and have their support system walk away and not stay with them or help out or answer questions. So yeah, I felt it was odd.
Okay. And you knew it was her support system? How?
She had called him her boyfriend.
Okay.
So to me, my boyfriend would never leave me in that situation. So it was odd to me.
Good thing. Yeah. Okay. So you assumed he was her support system.
Yes.
Okay. And so you're in the ambulance, the police get there, right? The police arrive at some point.
Yes.
Like you said, she was in there the first time, like between 5 and 15 minutes. So
yeah.
The police get there between 5 and 15 minutes later.
Sure, I don't have an exact time, but yes, when we repositioned and to staging location 2 was when my first encounter. I don't know if they were there prior to me exiting the ambulance, but my first encounter of PD was exiting the ambulance.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know if they were there before that.
I wouldn't be. They might have been. I just didn't see them because I was in the back of the ambulance with her.
Got it. So you didn't hear they didn't come with the sirens. You didn't hear that.
No, the overnights they tend to not run sirens unless they actually have to. So.
Okay. So when they came, did Allie volunteer to go with them to help look for the baby or no?
She had the first time at this point, she was declining to go to the hospital. Mm-hmm. So at that point, I asked her if she'd be willing to help us locate the baby, being that she would be the best source of description to go find it. She was her firsthand experience.
Okay, so you guys got her out of the ambulance.
Yes, she assisted. We assisted her, but she got herself out of the ambulance.
But I'm sorry, I'm still speaking sort of colloquially. She got out of the ambulance.
I just have to be very definite in those medically, but yes, she was able to get herself out of the ambulance with our. No.
Okay. And then you told her that if she felt any gushing, to tell you.
Yes, right. I still had concerns for her, but I had to honor her wishes of not wanting to go to the hospital.
No, I understand, but I'm just saying that you said that to her.
Yes.
Correct, because she was still bleeding. Is that right, or not bleeding?
She was slightly, not life-threatening, but gushing to me would be hemorrhaging. So I wanted her to update us if that was to occur.
Okay. So the bleeding had stopped or slowed, or which is it?
I would say slowed enough to a point of not really recognizing that she was still bleeding because she was in such saturated clothing, but it wasn't gushing or it wasn't spreading on the stretcher. I couldn't state it stopped entirely because, again, I didn't do an internal exam.
Okay, so you said her clothes were saturated.
Prior to my arrival, yes.
Yeah, despite her blanket that was in her pants. That was also saturated?
Yes. I wouldn't, not in the entirety, but yes.
Okay. Did you have any clothes do you carry that kind of thing in the ambulance, like clothes for people that are...
No, ma'am.
Have peril?
No, we don't.
Okay.
The ERs typically do. We don't have patients long enough to do that stuff. We provided her with a blanket.
Okay. So what is, if you know, I don't know how much training you have in OBGYN matters, but is it normal for bleeding postpartum to dry up after an hour after giving birth?
I don't feel that would be something I should comment on medically because, as you said, I'm not trained in OB, but there are different reasons why you could bleed during childbirth. It'd not necessarily be a life-threatening hemorrhage, but again, I mean, bleeding clots in its own time in every human, so I don't think anybody could reasonably give an answer to that. Every person's different.
Okay. And you were with Were you with Officer Hennessy? Were you the person that was walking with him? I apologize because I
don't know who that. I know their faces.
Were you walking with an officer?
There was a lot of us walking at the same time.
So at the time that you guys got out of the ambulance, Allie got us out of the ambulance, and you get out of the ambulance, and you're going to go look for the baby. Were you and Natalia Risher both walking with the police, or was it just you?
Nope, both of us, as well as AMT Justin Kaufman from AMR.
Are you the person that told Allie, or Officer, I'm going to say Officer Hennessy, but told a police officer
Okay.
that Allie had called 911 herself? Did you say that?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you say, did you gesture about how big the baby was? Do you remember having that conversation?
I don't recall it.
But Allie had said that he cried.
She had told me at one point, initially she told me in the back of the ambulance on the first encounter that she had had a menstruation 1 month prior. So to me, that indicated that there was going to be a non-viable, and if not fetal demise. So we were searching for, if not tissue matter. And then when she had slipped up throughout the interactions, she had stated that it had cried for a minute. So to me, that had indicated that it was a baby that was farther along than I originally anticipated.
That was when you were still in.
At some point, I don't remember the exact moment. I believe we were in an ambulance when she stated that, but it was a thing in my head that I was like, wait, what? You told me that you just had a menstruation 30 days prior, so.
Mm-hmm. But she told you that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Do you remember telling the police officer that?
I don't.
Did you tell anyone else that she had said that?
My partner, the paramedic that I was working with.
Okay. And do you know if she told anyone else that?
I don't. We weren't with each other every moment of the call.
Okay, so the two of you, at the early on, both knew that Allie had said the baby had cried for some.
I wouldn't say early on. No, she had stated that well into the call that the baby had cried for a moment.
Well into
our searching.
When did she say that?
I don't have the exact time frame, but it was after we had made it to the second location. I had been searching for a while. It wasn't in the initial interactions in the back of the ambulance.
When did you tell Natalia Risher?
At some point while we were talking about the patient.
Yeah, let's say just. That's what it's. I didn't have the same way.
Counsel, you need to use your.
Sorry, Judge. Thank you.
Counsel, you all need to use your mute buttons. Otherwise, everything you say is being picked up.
How this works for ID as the owner. Defendants, triple H. If I showed you a portion of body cam from when you were out walking around with Allie and the police, would that refresh your recollection?
Sure. Sure, if it's me, I'm sorry.
That's what I also want you to tell me.
Sure.
If it's you. So just before I start to play it, I just want to make sure. Is this you?
I believe
It's
so.
very
Yes.
blurry
I,
because I stopped it.
believe it's me.
Okay. So that's you inside the ambulance,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Sorry, I was trying to
I'm
see if
gonna
it,
play without sound. So you can tell me if you recognize where you are.
can I just tell?
Sure,
Just
yeah.
a little bit. Sorry.
You want to come up and look? Yeah. So I'm going to run it back a little bit so you can tell me if you recognize where you are.
Yep.
You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, so that's you. That's a path you walked.
That was the initial path she took to when she exited the ambulance out.
Okay.
Yep.
And you and Ms. Risher are both on this walk.
Correct.
Okay. So if I'm going to play it, do I need to mute anything? Like I'm going to play it just
I'll
very
mute it.
lightly. Okay.
This is just to refresh recollection.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'm going to play this. I know you said you're hard of hearing.
I'm just over years with the sorry to hear certain things.
Right.
Easier
So
than
do you think
others.
you'll be able to hear this?
I probably
If you can't, tell me.
no, it's
Figure out.
In, and I would expect that we will end by 4 o'clock today. All right. All rise for the jurors. You can just stay put.
It's okay.
All right, I want to give you all a break to be able to use the restroom, but if there's a sound issue so that the witness can hear and you're okay with it, it's refreshing recollection. You can do it outside the presence of the jury, and we would say that you played it for her on the break if that's an issue.
Is that okay with you?
So I'll leave it to you all. We're going to take a 10-minute break. You can shut this down. They don't need you. Take a break. All right. All right. Thank you, everybody. 10 minutes.
All right, then I'm going to just kind of.
Okay.
Stephen, all right. It's hard to hear because it's hard for me to hear.
Yes. Bunch of thirsty girls over here. What do you need?
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry. Drink all the available water I have.
So did you hear that?
No, I hear Natalia speaking. But
Is that Natalia speaking?
Yeah.
That's not you.
no,
Okay. All right.
I just hear her voice.
Yep. while the jury was out, I showed you the body worn camera,
Correct.
and you recognize that it was the body worn camera from when you were first with Allie the first time.
Walking.
Near the ball fields.
Yes, walking.
And you agree that she told you or Natalie Risher,
Natalia, yeah.
Natalia Risher, or you, before you went out there, that the baby had cried.
At some point, yes, prior to walking on that trail, yes.
Okay. Then that's when you were going out to the ball field.
Correct.
Not the going out to where the baby was.
No.
Okay. And so other than it being a body worn camera, I mean, it's not documented anywhere, right?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
That's not documented anywhere, that the fact that she had told you guys that the baby had cried. The fact that Allie told you the baby cried.
I'd have to review my report, and I don't know. I don't know what Natalia's report says, so it potentially could be, but at this moment, I'm not sure.
I only have one report, so I'm going to show it to you. This is the one I already showed you.
Okay,
So you can go ahead and look at it and see if you see it.
It's not documented in this report, no.
Okay. So I want to ask you what you know about what the other things that were supposed to be going on at that time. And if you don't know, just tell me.
Sure.
So you mentioned a tick camera.
It's a thermal imaging camera. It registers different temperatures from hot to cold.
Mm-hmm. And so did someone actually use that camera?
Manchester Fire, being that it was typically in cold environments. It's found in search and rescue. So being that it was really cold out, if there was any sort of heat signals from bodies, what would believe to be a baby, you could scan the area and you'd see all the cold, and it would have showed up as a warmer temperature reading in the camera.
Okay. Did they do that?
Manchester Fire?
Yeah.
That was my understanding, yes.
Okay. Who told you that?
I was on scene when they were requesting the imaging camera.
Okay, but did you see them using it?
I believe it was one of the Manchester Fire guys from Truck 6 used it in the field.
Okay, do you know how information from that camera is generated?
It doesn't record, ma'am. It's in the moment.
Okay.
Some are fancy and can take still images, I believe, but I don't know what theirs does.
That one that fancy?
I don't know. I can't speak on their equipment.
All right, you didn't see it.
I've seen that. I saw it that night and I've seen it, but I can't speak on their model and what it does. Some you can get different features in.
So you don't know if they could generate a report or whatever? Right?
No, not to my knowledge. But again, you'd have to ask Manchester Fire.
Okay. So the lieutenant that was in charge that night was Nick Poulin?
Correct.
Is that correct? Did you have any contact with Nick Poulin?
No, throughout the entire call, yes.
Okay, throughout the entire call. All right. Was he sort of in charge of making a plan? Was he the one making the plan?
He was incident command, yes.
Okay. So do you know what the plan was for that night?
Locate the baby.
Right, I understand that. But so my question to you is, there were a lot of people there, right? There were quite a few fire. You were there, right? And Natalia, you have to just say yes. I'm sorry.
Yes, sorry, I apologize.
Natalia was there.
Yes.
And several police officers were there.
Yes.
Okay. And you said you had the staging area. right?
Yes.
Was there ever a meeting between everybody to sort of assign duties to them about what different people were going to do?
Over the radio, there was interface in various times of people communicating what they were going to do. I would say fire had their own plan in place. We were operating as separate entities. As far as EMS, that we did have a paramedic supervisor on scene, but he did not establish any sort of EMS command. It was left in the hands of fire, which Lieutenant Poulin was in charge of. They made plans to search certain areas, to reposition apparatus.
I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, it's so they made plans to reposition certain apparatus throughout the call, search certain areas. So I'm not really sure what you're.
No, that's my question. Yeah. So were you privy to those plans? Were you part of them?
Yes, ma'am. I carry a radio that they were communicating through, so I could hear all the radio traffic, and or I spoke to them face to face.
Okay, but no one told them that the baby had cried, right?
I'm not sure. It could have happened. I don't remember an exact moment. No.
Okay. And so you were able to contact Nick Poulin on the radio?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to call contact 911 on the radio?
No, ma'am. That's up at the state level, so that's not in the city, and so that would had to have been fire alarm, which is Manchester's dispatch center, would have to have called them back. So it's a chain of events that lead to how I get the information.
Okay. So is Nick Poulin a person that could call 911?
He could call 911 on the phone, sure, but that's, again, he's in the same position as me. We are boots on the ground, so we get the information from our dispatchers that's put onto a screen. And so we don't communicate directly with the 911 dispatchers. We communicate with our local dispatch, which is Manchester Fire Alarm.
Okay. Are you able to call the local dispatcher and ask them to call 911?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone do that throughout this time?
Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So no one called back to the 911 operator to see what that person knew?
To best of my knowledge, all the information was obtained and fed to our dispatch, which was put onto our screens and given to us.
Okay. But you don't know whether that was all the information or not, right?
It's usually the belief that it is. It's very uncommon that we would call back a 911 dispatcher and ask for more information when we have the caller in front of us. Typically when we do that is when we don't have contact yet with the patient, and we ask for them to call back the caller.
Okay. But you didn't call. That's my point, is that no one called back.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And when you found, like I said, when you found Allie, she was at the end of the Trestle Bridge, which everyone's heard 1,000 times. And in this video we just watched, seems like everybody knows that's where she lives, right? They're all saying she lives over by the homeless camp. She lives over there on the Goffstown side.
Yes.
Right? So, and I understand that she was telling you, over here by the ball fields. But did anyone ever suggest expanding the search over to where she lived?
Lieutenant Poulin.
Okay, and did he go there?
He had just repositioned engine 6. It was initially down at staging 2. I'm not sure if he personally, but the idea was to reposition engine 6. They positioned it perfectly to put scene lights for both sides of the rail trail, and he wanted to begin searching on the Goffstown side of the Trestle Bridge when we had received more details about it being on this side of the southeast side. So at one point, Lieutenant Poulin did want to search that side, yes.
Okay, so you had received more details about that's where Allie lived? Is that what you mean?
No, that was the location of the baby.
Okay.
She never indicated that she made it home, so we still were on the belief that, yes, we believed she knew where she lived, but we also trusted that she was telling us. She never made it home. So she told us this details of, upon walking home, she went 1 to 2 minutes into the woods because she felt like she needed to have a bowel movement.
Right, no, I understand that. I'm not saying that, I'm not suggesting that didn't happen.
Okay.
What I'm saying to you is multiple people knew before she told you that the baby was on the Goffstown side of the Trestle Bridge, that she lived there, correct?
Correct.
Before that moment.
Correct.
So that's my question. Before that information came to you, did anyone plan on going out to the Goffstown side of the Trestle Bridge?
Lieutenant Poulin.
Right. Okay. So was that why engine 6 was there?
Engine 6
You
was
went out
called
there?
as additional resources upon when we realized we had to search a large area. So like I stated, they repositioned it to have scene apparatus, scene lights positioned down both sides of the rail trail in hopes that he was going to begin searching. That video of the side of the ambulance where Lieutenant Poulin is asking in the doorway, that's him asking because he's intending to go search that side of the
Okay.
which,
So that at that point, that's when someone decided to go do that.
yes, ma'am.
When you see Lieutenant Poole into the ambulance,
Yes,
to your knowledge.
yes.
Right? Okay. But he had not started that yet.
No, he was trying to cover the original area that we were guided to.
Okay. Okay, so I mean, we've been all through this. Allie took you out to the tent, right?
Correct.
And you ran in to get the baby,
Correct.
right? And went as fast as you could over to where you thought there would be an ambulance,
Correct.
right? And there was not an ambulance.
Correct.
So is it that someone called for the ambulance and no one came? Or do you know what happened? Why the ambulance didn't come?
There was an internal investigation at AMR as to that, but I wasn't privy to the answer of that, so you'd have to ask AMR.
Okay, so there was an investigation as to why the ambulance didn't respond to where you were?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when that happened?
I'm not sure the exact date.
All right.
To the best of my knowledge, there was no ambulance there, and there was an engine in front of me with ALS equipment on it, and it was warm and had been running for some time.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting you did the wrong thing. I'm just asking you about the ambulance.
Yeah, so there was no ambulance. I don't know. I can't give a reason why that paramedic Trado didn't show up.
Okay. So you brought, you're calling baby Eckersley to the fire truck. Yes?
Correct.
Okay. And at that time, you know, he was alive, right?
Correct.
He was moving. Was he moving?
Not with purposeful movement, no.
Okay. But he could move.
Yes.
Okay. And you had to do like life-saving measures, and you saved his life, right? You did.
That would be the assumption, yeah. We breathed for him and did CPR and actively warmed him.
Okay. And that was your goal, was to save his life.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
And you took him to the hospital.
Correct.
Okay. And when you got to the hospital, did you think he was alive?
I'm going to be honest with you. I placed him in the hands of the ER physician and the team there on the bed, and he was in the same condition of I had experienced him throughout. So in my experience of doing this for a while, he was alive by definition with a pulse, yes, but required care.
Okay. Yeah, right. That's all I'm asking you is just, I'm trying to actually ask you a straightforward question.
Okay.
When you brought him to the ER, he was alive.
Yes.
And so, all right. Just a minute. So was the internal investigation into the ambulance different than the internal investigation into taking the fire truck instead of the ambulance? Is that the same internal investigation?
No, ma'am. That was two different. I'm not really sure how that's relevant.
I'm
I'm confused. So there was a state level investigation, and then there was an AMR, so AMR, yes.
Right.
So two separate. I guess to answer your question, two separate investigations.
Okay. But there was an investigation into taking the fire truck instead of an ambulance.
Correct. Yep.
They're sort of related, right? Because the ambulance wasn't there, so you had to take the fire truck.
Yes.
Correct? Okay.
Yes.
And there were hearing, right? The hearing?
No.
The hearing?
Not to
About
there was meetings. It was to me this is a hearing, so I guess by definition I met with the state. Are you asking if I met?
Yeah,
with
I don't mean did you go to court? I mean, did you go to a meeting where they discussed what happened?
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
And in the end, it was unfounded.
Correct.
Correct? Because they found that you did the best you could, right? And
Extenuating circumstances was
Yeah.
the, yes.
Right, you did the best you could, and so there was no disciplinary action against you,
No,
correct?
Nope.
Okay. Do you know who made the report?
I have assumptions.
All right. Okay, just a second. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Okay,
Just a few more questions.
sure.
So you said that the discussion about crying well into surgery. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I forget.
That's
Correct.
okay.
Yes, I apologize.
Thank you.
I'm not used to that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's just that the proceedings are recorded, so we need to make sure that the witnesses give a verbal answer.
Okay. And you looked at a video, right, to refresh your recollection about the conversation about crying?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were in that video?
In between the baseball fields.
Could you just go up to the map there and draw that?
You want a
map?
line, sir, or a circle? A line?
Just show the path where you traveled while you were having that conversation.
So this would be staging position 2. There's a pathway to get between the ball fields. So we would have traveled. Oh, I guess it's red. Sorry.
Perfect.
Traveled this way and then up to the rail trail.
Okay. So you said that 911 is at the state level?
Yes.
Can you get information from fire alarm dispatch?
Correct. Like I stated earlier, sometimes it goes through PD first, or sometimes it goes through Manchester Fire Alarm. But either way, they communicate with each other to dispatch the appropriate apparatus for the call.
In this instance, did it go through PD or fire alarm?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Who was there when you arrived at the scene?
When I arrived at the scene, it was the staff of Manchester Fire Truck 6,
Were
as
there
well
any
as
police there?
not at that time. No.
So based on that, can you tell if it went through the police or fire?
Sometimes it's again, you'd have to speak with Manchester Fire, but sometimes they don't deem police necessary because it would have been a medical event. Police are dispatched throughout the city for certain criteria of calls. So when the initial dispatch came in, it was for an imminent birth on the west side of the city. So police wouldn't necessarily be needed, but it might have come in through police dispatch, which would have passed it to fire alarm. But I can't speak on how that occurred that night.
No further questions.
Anything further from you?
No, nothing else. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. You may sit down. Please be careful of the wires. State may call its next witness.
Should we speak?
Yeah.
May we approach?
Yes.
Hold on one moment.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's Friday afternoon. I suspect nobody's going to be upset to leave a little bit earlier than usual today. The lawyers have talked about keeping things moving when we're back on Mondays. So we're going to come back on Monday at 9:45 for a 10 a.m. start. The strongest reminder, do not go by any of the locations with regard to the view for the purpose of looking at anything. If that's your regular way home or a regular activity, that's a different story, but you're not to, go by any of the locations or give it any special attention. Don't do any independent research. Please do not look at any media, online, newspaper, or television coverage of this case, should there be any. I think there's a possibility that there will be. So, have somebody put the newspaper aside for you. You'll have a chance to read that after the case concludes. Don't talk about the case, again, with each other or with anybody else. I know that's very hard to do, but people have opinions, even though they won't have heard any of the evidence in the case. So, we really want to make sure that you're not getting any outside input by people who haven't heard any of the evidence in the case, and you are required to keep an open mind throughout this case. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see you back here at 9:45 Monday morning. We are going to try to keep the case moving. I know this is valuable time for you, but it's important to both sides that they put in the evidence that needs to come in. So thank you so much for your time and attention today, ladies and gentlemen. I will see you Monday morning at 9:45. I hope you will all have a good weekend. It's supposed to be quite nice out. So enjoy your weekend.
Runner, I forgot to move that display to be full exhibit. That's
Okay, any objection?
How does it? Do you print it out?
well, what we can do is we can get a digital in.
Yeah, no, I don't object.
You all can be seated back there if you wish.
There's no objection to that.
Okay, so why don't you take care to, you said you're going to do it in a hard copy? Is that what you just said?
I can, if that's a digital image, I can do any copy and mark it.
Counsel, any
Yeah.
objections to that? Okay.
Either way, you might put it on something and they could just look at a computer or whatever.
Okay, just share whatever it is, and maybe at that time, once defense has had a chance to see what it is you're looking to put in, you can confirm that it's a full exhibit, meet with the monitor. Counsel, approach for just a minute, please.
Very good. You're welcome. As well. All right, thank you, everybody. We'll be back at 9:45 on Monday.
All right.
Thank you.